Hello, hello. Whoa. Ooh. Now it calms down. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. It's finally happening. We're finally making our way to Kiava. Of course, first, Tenebrous Aquae. Those unknown ships are trying to shoot up some Eldari, and well, we have a promise to keep. So we'll be helping them out. Oh, it's the Trotter fleet that are tearing apart two small Eldari vessels. Once they are finished with them, the void ships give chase after a third already damaged vessel, clearly with the intention of destroying it as well. Oh, you have to... You have to choose a side. Seeing the last ship's impending death, Uriat calls out to the Lord Captain, her voice trembling slightly. Only a rogue trader's intervention can save the kin from the massacre. She is, or... I mean, she is Employee of the Month, I'm pretty sure, aside from, well, Abelard. To be honest, Abelard gets it every month, so... There's a motion pending to give out 2 prizes. Although Cassia has been trying really hard to get that as well. The Vox Master relays the Lord Captain's demand to stop the battle and soon returns with a reply. According to the quarter ships, the group of Xenos are malicious criminals. They are guilty of raiding the system's planets and robbing merchant vessels. Insenia told us void ships are intent on performing their duty before the Emperor and exterminating the Xenos. Do we really have to... Iliad suddenly watches the unfolding chase through the stained glass windows of the captain's bridge. She grimly concedes that no crime should go unpunished, except her kin were flying transport ships. It would have been impossible for them to rob a ship, let alone launch a planetary raid. Vessels such as this simply lack the firepower to do so. The Monkey are lying. Ask for proof. Examine the ship. Xenos dared for humanity. Well, let's have a look at the ship. Despite the presence of some weaponry, the Xenos are more likely meant for transporting cargo or Xenos themselves rather than direct combat. Well, let's have... Sure, let's have some proof. We are iconoclasts after all. The patrol's captain reluctantly admits that there is no conclusive proof. The system is sometimes the target of pirate raids. However, this changes nothing, for his servants have no mercy for the enemies of humanity. Cease fire immediately! Unwilling to engage in open battle against the flagship of foreign dynasty, the patrol reluctantly leaves its prey and retreats to the edge of the system. Meanwhile, the wounded Xenoship is rapidly distancing itself from the recent battlefield, attempting to hide in the shadows of the nearest world. Every attempt to contact is met with frustration, and the Vox Master's reports that the vessel is in desolate condition. Who knows how much more the xenotechnology can endure before the irreparable happens. They are already too scared and resentful of the Monkey for the recent death of their kin to answer incoming hails. Despite this, Iliad is certain that she can convince them to cooperate with the Elantach. She is allowed to speak with them. I mean, that is the most sensible one, no? In any case, have her be the mediator. She appeals to her kin's wisdom. Failed! But the words of an outcast cannot make them trust Monkey. The pain of loss fills the Eldari hearts. Only recently did the humans destroy 2 vessels of the children of Soyan. And now they offer aid? Worse, they offer aid for the mirth of their captive sister? No, they will not fall for the trick. Trying to outpace the pursuit of the next Monkey vessel, the Eldari overload their void ship drives. One of the damaged engines is unable to bear the strain. Before the eyes of 100 officers, the Xenoship flashes a fiery blue light through the stained glass windows as thousands of tiny shards disperse across the system. Idiots. The bridge officers openly rejoice, offering prayers to the Emperor. Today the expanse is cleansed of more filth, the enemy of humanity. What is this if not his providence? Well, we tried. We actually tried. and only the thin figure of the Eldari stands motionless against the backdrop of the intricate stained glass windows, mourning the fallen in solemn silence. Once the pain in Iliad's soul is numbed, she turns to the Lord Captain and nods, a short gesture of gratitude for her attempt to save those who could hardly be saved. Well, she won't like us. Oldantus 11. Oldantus 11. Oh. Oh, what's the new contract? Oh, I don't want to do that one. I'm gonna keep my people. 7 people. That's also kinda not a fan of these offers game. Not a fan. Still want my maglev rails. And I do need the explorators for Capella Biology. This. Where's the Dark Sages? Nah, I don't want that one. We have stopped the cleansing of gene pools. Fellowship of the Void. And loads of it. And this was Explorators, wasn't it? As well? No, Fellowship of the Void. The Navy. Nah, I want this one. Still want this one. 115. Well, first things first. Let's have a look around the system. Deal with the hopefully pirates then. Oh, what is it? The planet is devoid of even the most primitive forms of life. However, the crew has made quite a strange discovery. A mirror lying in the center of a huge crater. A completely ordinary mirror in a frame, by all appearances in pristine condition. It's weird. Take it aboard. The mirror now hangs on the walls in one of the compartments. It looks pretty normal. However, only an hour after its arrival, the Voxmaster reports that the shuttle crew has delivered the mirror has disappeared. The people who hung the mirror have also disappeared. Even the enforcer who wandered into the compartment by mistake and stopped to fix a new, now regulation, Kiava has vanished without a trace. Whole compartment with the mirror inside. Send in a team of prayers. The team sent to destroy the mirror stopped responding the moment they entered the compartment. Send some servitors to smash it? They disappeared. Jettison it. They disappeared. Seal it. Compartment door was welded shut and all support systems leading to it were sealed off. To this day, the crew tells stories of strange noises coming through the bulkheads, including the voices of their former crewmates begging to be let out. But the bizarre incident stopped, and the ship gained its own restricted area, and a grim legend. Yeah. I mean, it was pretty obvious that it was not a good idea. But hey. Let's quickly patch up our hull, and then engage. We'll start off. Well, we started off by watching an Eldari ship explode because they didn't want our help, but gonna go in for a fight. If that's any indication to come, for what's to come, I'm gonna blow up once in this battle at least.
This hallowed vessel's bulkheads
You got it.
strong.
How many ships? just a tool. That's not that worrying. It's a bit unfortunate about the torpedoes. It's also not really what I want.
Helmsman, take us in.
Well, get him.
Keep up the pressure.
I thought I selected the middle one, but blast them.
Let them chase our fury.
I'm a shimmy real quick. Ah, boom.
The force of a supernova.
Missed. I should have shimmied first. I take it. Oh, don't get yourself blown up. 'Tis but a scratch. Oh, that's not a good way to go. Well, you dealt some damage, but you're gonna get torpedoed now.
The enemy shield is down. Time to unleash a counterattack.
That's not the enemy. They're lunatics. If not just idiots. Drive-by torpedoes. Nope, this one.
Engage the engines. Coordinates set.
Like, please tell me this reaches. No, it does not. Come on.
Launch batteries. Volley.
Fire! Missed. Yeah, coming real close, my dude. Yeah. No, they're a little too fast. Torpedoing time. Kaboom! Good job. That was nice. Oh wow. I'ma find you. I'ma get you.
Let the void sort them out.
That's not.
With the force of a supernova.
It's like really not that much, is it? No.
Make every shot count.
Just don't stop right in front of the torpedoes, please. Oof. Is that close enough? Magenta. Come on. What's my... Yeah, that one. Good job. Now it's back.
All hands, prepare for acceleration.
They are pretty far away, aren't they?
No mercy for the enemies of humanity.
I just... Oh, that's not a good maneuver.
Burn in the fires of retribution.
That wasn't a good maneuver at all.
Another victory for the von Valancius dynasty.
We did it. I guess. Lost my... I'll repair it. I will avoid ship management. 165. You get an upgrade. Reinforced shields. Probably should get that, shouldn't I? Shield pulse. Yes, shields they move to the opposite side from where they attack it. That takes some 5 souls. That's probably one of the more helpful ones, to be fully honest. White ship deals twice the additional damage for extra tile traveled. Inflicts only -2 speed. Approaching enemy, the flagship shuts down non-essential systems, starts to drift. Ooh. Silent running now makes the enemy flagship act before all enemies. That's nice. 10% more scrap. Ooh. Repairing's cheaper. Oh, I like that. I probably need that. Will be 1 round shorter. And that's just the rest. Well, let's be honest. Cheaper repairs means more scrap for upgrading. At this point I don't really see how you would play this without without taking damage. In most cases, at least. 2 blast steel, no thank you. And a space hulk. The vigilant member of the Auger crew has detected a small Xenos vessel drifting through the void. The ship is unpowered and shows no signs of being crew. Board it! Board without issue, corrosion has laid waste to the ship's systems, which led to the death of the entire crew. The interior is full of Eldari corpses. No weapons were found on board, and the dead Xenos, judging by their clothing, were not part of any warrior caste, merely a crew of a now-defunct ship. The Xenos Elliot claims to have recognized the symbols on the dead Eldari's clothes. They were civilian refugees from the craftful Krudarach. Oh, that was the Hulk. That was not a space Hulk. Artie's labor and unbreakable spirit and his faithful servants fill hundreds of Imperial worlds. Entire empire lives as an example of true service of humanity. A mining world, which there's nothing on there. To the bridge. Now I shouldn't have anything I can sell. Realistically, or well, maybe I should. I should have a look at my inventory. I really should. I gave at least one person heavy armor proficiency last time, and I did not give them heavy armor. So, level up. Oh. Why, hello there. Range attacks this turn cost -1 AP. Does not stack. Boo. Preferred target dependable. I want this one, I think. Critical versatility. Let's have a look, just to be sure. Focal point. Contempt for the weak. Prone. Shoot on the hands. What? Attacks above melee in range reduce the deflection of all enemies by -2. Till the end of combat. Ooh. These are rather helpful. 2 damage for all attacks until... Oh, we want this one. We want that one. How are we actually looking right now? We're on our way to Iconoclast 3. Not very heretical, not very dogmatic. What do we even get for bonuses from this? Above the thundering guns. Is what? 2 random allies start combat with temporary wounds equal to their own resolve. Okay. Master of Command. Our convictions cannot raise above rank 2. First round of every combat, a rogue trader and their allies gain 2 plus rogue trader's iconoclast rank additional MP. So 3. Okay. Courage and steel. What are we working towards? This game's like, that's a spoiler. Rogue trader and their allies need 30 less momentum to activate a heroic act. Well, that's gonna be quick then. Nah. Transcend the potential. Potentialist. Okay, please show me. Choose an ally to target. Target ally may immediately use the heroic act. Oh, Abelard. That is going to go well of Heinrichs or Abelard. Excellence. Any attack from allies that may hit other allies will be dodged if possible. Any ally's ability that may target an ally and has a resistance test will be resisted. That's pretty good. Means my dearest Argenta will have no more need to dodge or to well, watch out for anybody. Moncord J. Iliad, Cassian. Abelard. Heavy armor. 30 and 0.75. Arm of the Undaunted. More critical hit chance. But that's less hits though. Dodge penalty is oh, and I think I just got it. How the dodge penalty works. Heavy lever. Dodge 4%. Well, he's basically a parry machine, so that doesn't really influence all too much. Makeshift Xenomesh. 2 deflection against non-human enemy. 5 extra wounds. Radiant chestplate. Loses even more dodge, but gains 7 fellowship. Tempestus Carapace. Additional deflection against ranged. Kai. Well. That feels like the best. Come on, Abelard. Oh, now he looks like a pirate captain. That's not really. Yeah, have your radiant breastplate. Tome of Excess, nah. Tyrant. Have that. Nope. Damage from melee attack to gain toughness, temporary wounds. Additional temporary wounds divided by 2 damage. That one's just going to be the best for him for quite a while. Extra movement points. So occupy my enemy or against dodge against enemies' attacks. It's a lot of dodge. A lot of dodge stuff. Nope. Bonus to coercion. Loss awareness. Yeah, that's. But the. Not a fan. That's less than 35. It's fine, Abelard. You go take the medkits. Field doctor. So aside from that, cargo management. That's a lot of Granada. Tears of Repentance. Just blinded. That's gonna be probably gonna be helpful eventually. Doesn't feel like a lot, so I'ma just jettison it. Probably not gonna use that, so carrying around a bunch of junk I'm probably not going to be using, so there's a good amount of universal power cells, yeah, sure. Perfume, machine writes it. May want to keep that. Dark Halo, get rid of it. Unholy Amulets. Nation Energy Core. I'll keep the rest, and let's see if I can't sell some stuff. Where is he? I just ran away from him, didn't? Nope. I did a lap around the map. And I did, in fact, run past him. Yeah, please ship some stuff. Opticon. Reputation. Oh, wow. That's a lot of stuff he won't take. We're closing in on it. So need a Fellowship of the Void. Yeah, I have some Xeno artifacts. He's gonna... No, he also doesn't want a Dracari. Do you want a Dracari? He does want pirates and heretic trophies. And the Dracari trophies. Yeah, take all these off my hands, please. Also gives us access to new stuff. Shields! I want this one, please. Thank you. That's just a little better than what I have. That's also gonna be helpful. Sunhammer Lance Battery. 67 damage for choosing an enemy with a wide firing arc. Okay. Short burning plasma torpedoes with 19 damage warheads. 55. Oh, that is just a flat out increase. But it's only medium range. Okay. That's worse than the... I'll buy it. Boy it! And I backed out too far. Do you want some? Nope. He does not want anything I have. Well, you're in luck. I have my Void Pirate trophies. Yeah. It's a very unfortunate way of sorting these, apparently. Oh, that's 75%. Oh well. It's like you do you, game. Back to the map. Quickly manage the void ship. New shields. Hey. And new armor. 9 points on the 4 or 5 points everywhere else. A ticket. So. And one last look at colonies, but yeah, they're still the railway. Now that that's all done, it is time for story. There it is. And even reduce the route difficulty a little bit. Jump! Mysterious sickness struck the clan living in one of the macro cannon chambers. The disease quickly spread, causing the afflicted to writhe with unbearable stomach cramps and expire after several days of agony. Before the officers could react, the neighboring clans took the issue into their own hands and flooded the chamber with carbon monoxide. The macro cannon was put back into service and the vigilantes were punished for subjecting the rope trader servants to mob justice. Scam. So we make landfall, we'll have leveling on our hands as well. Lord Captain, according to telemetry, we are in the system of Kiava, the main industrial world of the Von Valancius dynasty. However, our astropaths report that attempts to contact Governor Gaprak have been unsuccessful. That's not entirely surprising. But wait! Lord Captain, new report. Kiava is sending a request to exchange data. Reply with our own request. To command, Lord Captain. Lord Captain, reporting the Manufactorum is ignoring all our requests and continues to send us its own. The longer we do not accept the message, the stronger and more persistent the incoming signals become. I've never seen anything like this. Lord Captain, interference detected in the compartment of Vox systems. Looks like the bridge is cut out from the rest of the Vox ship. Oh no. The Void ship's bridge, sounds of working cogitators and officers' footsteps. The everyday scene is interrupted by an ear-splitting beeping sound, followed by lumens going out. In the dim glow of candles and emergency lights, one of the officers in frame cries out. Another falls to the knees, clutching her head. Over the beeping of voxes, shouts can only be heard. What's going on? The doors are locked. We've lost contact with all compartments. One of the bridge officers turns to the throne. Lord Captain, the Vox stations are malfunctioning and overloading the system. None of our outgoing transmissions are getting through. The incoming ones do not make it, that do make it are distorted beyond interpretation. The Lord Captain gives the order to decipher or continue sending orders. Mission request status updates. Yeah, do that one. The officer salutes and hurries over to the bridge Vox systems, to the Vox Master, who's leaning over her station. Moments later, a cry of surprise. Lord Captain, our transmissions are being distorted as we speak. Depressurize the lower base. Execute the depths of the machine cult. Disable the life support systems. If even one command gets out, Malmcore gives the order to stop the transmission. Assign officers onto all control systems. Manual transmission overrides. Destroy the ship's Vox system. Stop the transmission process at any cost. Test failed. The Vox Master nods curtly and connects the tangles of cables coming from the back of her head to the main Vox station. Spirit of the ship, I beseech thee, shield us from this peril, not allow the heretical signals to pass. The machine sparks and the Vox Master throws her head back, frenzied. Blood crisscrosses her face and implants and body shudders with an electric impulse. A Void-born officer pulls out a dagger, cuts the cables connected to the station, and sweeps the Vox Master's limp body into his arms. Scrap code. The voice belongs to the on-deck engine seer who has turned to the Lord Captain from his station. Been attacked with scrap code, a tech heresy designed to corrupt machines. The transmission received from the planet was infected with this taint, and is now running through the ship's veins. Omniscience observes. The Void-born officer appears before the Lord Captain once more. Whatever it is, it's attacking us. We have a backup procedure. We can circumvent the Vox barrier. In the atrium leading to the bridge, there's a terminal for the isolated system that might still be A loud pop. The pipe over the Overseer's head bursts, and a blast of hot air flings the Void-born away from the Lord Captain, his body slamming straight through a cogitator panel. The picked frame spins uncontrollably. The server skull is jolted by the gust. The picked recorder fogs over, the Vox picking up the crackling of electricity and a death cry. Gas on the bridge! A junior attendant shouts and instantly doubles over, inhaling the poisoned air. Evacuate. Carry out their duties. He runs for his life. We should be able to make that one. But we are iconoclast. Evacuate! The rogue trader personally oversees the evacuation. Bring the plasma cutters. Get the wounded to the exit. The officer repeats his orders. When the server skull following the rogue trader reaches the doors, they fall to the plasma cutter and crumble outward. The rogue trader is the last to leave the bridge. Carouse test successive. Leaning on a support beam, the rogue trader takes several deep breaths, trying to flush his lungs with air. Then he straightens, moves his uniform, and heads toward a goal known only to him. The server skull follows. The atrium is in a state of panic. Silhouettes skitter about in the dark hall, illuminated only by the flickering of emergency lumen. Curt orders and someone's feverish words of prayer can be heard. Having lost all communication, the beheaded ship is writhing in agony. It takes a while for the Lord Captain to find the cogitator mentioned by the fallen officer. The panel of the isolated terminal is riddled with cracks and bloodstains, and on the floor by the terminal, a tech priest is lying in a heap with his head smashed, and technical liquids mixed with blood oozing out of his ports. The Lord Captain decides to take his chances. The rogue trader rips the power key off the tech priest's mechadendrite and opens the cover of the terminal. Sparks fly into his face, but he is confident in his manipulation of the tangled wires and clanging levers. To replacing the cover and ensuring that the system is restored, the Lord Captain brings up the required data on the screens. Currently, the most frightening situation on the ship is the arsenal. Some of the distorted commands, despite the bridge's best efforts, still made it into the compartment, and the lower-ranking technomats comply. We're raising the temperature inside the ordnance depot. God damn it. The heat is about to hit critical levels, and the shells are going to explode, blowing the arsenal to the neighboring compartments to smithereens. The Lord Captain knows where the help is needed most. He decides to send officers. The rogue trader contacted several officers via Vox Terminal and orders them to deal with the most critical situation of the ship at once. So we return to the bridge. Lord Captain, the situation has been brought under control, more or less. It will take some time to eliminate the consequences of the attack completely, but the vessel is capable of motion. You may have been able to conduct a warp jump if you feel we should leave the system. Allow me to bring you up to date. Fortunately, the bridge suffered only minor losses. The reports mention only a few casualties that have already been replaced. Lost some of the armory in the auxiliary bays, Lord Captain. The false orders sent from the bridge were carried out to the letter. God damn it. No one even stopped to consider them. It was the ingrained habit of rigorous obedience that led to disaster. Subsequent explosions obliterated most of the ordnance and service personnel, and also damaged the adjacent decks. Kiava Gamma went silent after transmitting the harmful signal. Refrained from sending inquiries to the industrial world to avoid a second attack. I'm afraid we have exhausted our options for remote analysis. More information can only be obtained by closing the distance or even sending away a party to the planet's surface. Well, that we shall. Time has come to remind you about our agreement, Malachor. Must be present in your entourage during the expedition to Kiava Gamma. I am counting on your cooperation. Yes, Heinrichs. That was the deal. The crew is awaiting further instructions, Lord Captain. Well, take a leisurely stroll. Nothing. Sure, there's gonna be nothing as well. No more plasteel? Come on, adamantine. Oh. A dwarf planet is marked by the Von Valencia's protectorate chart as Atel. Serves as backup source of water for the habitable worlds of neighboring systems. Due to the abundance of bacteria proliferating on the Atel hydrosphere, the extraction of ice was stopped half a century ago, but much to your officer's surprise, the August detected an unidentified mining rig deep underground. Presumably, the excavation was aimed at extracting clay minerals near the planet's core, enriched with iron and other metals. Contact them? Extractum turns out to be Insenia Choda's latest investment, whose the Mesna is located just within a few jumps from the Cranach system. While this world is of little value to the Von Valencia's dynasty, officers see this gesture as an attempt to test the boundaries of the newly minted rogue trader's leniency. Act unacceptable and since confiscating. Gracefully allows her to feed over crumbs. Destroy the extraction. Everyone on the illegal mining site. That's a bit much. Must have machines be confiscated by the ship's cargo hold. We shall confiscate. Abelard. Entirely correct. The frightened workers and the token security crew do not even attempt to resist the superior forces. The machines are delivered to the flagship's cargo hold, and shortly after, officers plant a Von Valencia's ban on the spot where the extractum used to be. Exactly. Well, let's have a fight. Well. It's taking a while.
Let us purge your enemies, rogue trader.
Infidel class raider. Oh, out here. Ah, it could be worse. Just some chaos scum.
Coordinates set. Torpedoes, away!
Yeah, it's not gonna... Sadly, that's not gonna reach. Blast him.
Fire at will.
Don't mind that. Iconoclast class destroyer, okay. Yes, please, maneuver yourselves into position so I can shoot you from both sides. Or can shoot to both sides. I greatly appreciate it. More torpedoes. Boom. Oh, just out of... Anyway. Is that already... Nope, not quite in range just yet, but well...
Macro cannons, open fire! Make
Do what you
every
can.
shot count.
That's a little disappointing. Not gonna lie, but hey.
Let them taste our fury.
Should be able to laser
All
them
hands
if I go all the
prepare for
way.
acceleration.
Well... Yeah.
Lance batteries, volley!
Oh, are we close enough? Yes, we are. It's not a lot of movement, though. Yes, yes. Do your worst. They do have a habit of surviving on 1 HP. Yes, yes, shoot me. Spent enough time in the void to collect decent amount of trash to upgrade my ship and my shields. To sell to the Navy, if you will. Oh, they're gonna get torpedoed again. Oh, nice. Kaboom. An earth-shattering kaboom.
Macro cannons, open fire!
Decent amount of damage.
Let them taste our fury. Let the void
Like, set
sort
up
them out.
another one. Feeling like this though, yeah.
Helmsman, take us in.
Nah.
Salvo!
I shouldn't be directly next to the torpedo just in case it blows up. That's fine. That's all well and good. He's not gonna get or they're gonna get torpedoed. Damn.
Nobody survives battle with this void ship.
Why does Idira comment on that? Like, it's a good thing. Explain yourself, Idira. Why do you consider this a good thing? Ah, was hoping I might be lucky again. Well, misjudged that.
All hands prepare for acceleration.
Move up. Shoot them.
Macro cannons, open fire. Coordinates set.
Nah. Not really a place you want to be.
With the force of a supernova.
Nothing
Make
else that
every
vaporizes
shot
the
count.
shields. Oh yeah, I could ram it.
There's a breach in our defenses.
Engage the engines.
It'll be fine. Boom. But I could. I'm. Yeah, I was thinking I might be able to, if I shimmy to the left or right, that might work. But nope, it does not. Contrary, I put myself out of range for that
Torpedoes away!
as well.
Salvo!
Just fire on him.
Macro cannons, open fire!
Just to be. Nah, just let them do their thing. I mean, it's not exactly a great way. Send the torpedoes closer. Upgrade for that would be nice. This is pretty far. Like, you need to move, otherwise my torpedoes are gonna catch up to you anyways. Well, boom.
Another victory of two great dynasties, Lord Captain.
I guess it worked out. You could say it worked out, I think. Please. Repairs. Oh, that's a lot cheaper than earlier. Noise. Wage management. Posts. So can we not upgrade this one? And lances. Yeah, upgrade that, please. Hopefully it reminds me of using it more. That's a good one. So... it's about time we retook Kiava Gamma. And that isn't... it feels like this is exactly the team I want. But having Pascal along would probably be helpful. Heinrichs is usually the one I pawn off. Abelard needs to stay. This is probably the order of relevance they currently hold within the team. Although Cassia grows only in importance if the rest of the team grows in importance. Argenta is the least necessary one to take along. Gonna flame with some heretics, so she should be... I'll go with my standard team. You're probably going to walk into a chaos incursion, and that's gonna be enough reason for Argenta's presence, I feel. Story. Now, considering this world was basically lost the moment we arrived at a point where we could leave Footfall, it probably isn't looking good for Kiava Gamma. Probably isn't. Oh, the Mechanicus. Auto Mechanicus symbol. No solemn ceremony, no personal meeting with Magi. I fear we are too late and won't be dealing with clandestine heretics after all. Can you please remind me what you are doing here? I assume I would conduct an investigation and track down trace of the cult of Final Dawn. I believe I can discard that plan now. Both the incident of the scrap code and the manner in which we are forced to land on Kiava Gamma indicate that the situation has taken a turn for the worse. Nevertheless, I must use this opportunity and try to determine what the cult was doing on an industrial world and what specifically interested them on a planet full of sacred machines and servants of the Omnissiah. First, we must find someone who can tell us what's going on here. If that is, there is anyone left here to speak to. Any suggestions, Master Heinrichs? To start, let's look around and find out why the arrival of the rogue trader did not elicit the usual fuss. To speak plainly, I would not count on the warm welcome at this rate. Better keep your weapon at the ready. Well, let's go. Let's go with a level up.
Do you require inquisitorial approval?
Yes, please, Heinrichs. Exploit weakness. Crit versatility, crit chance. Oh, you should... Awaiting orders. Attacks makes the augmentation range attacks this turn cost less HP. That would make it much more intriguing to give up the plasma gun shot every time. Just do it. So why not? Abelard. Taunting. With an attack of opportunity, I must make a willpower test. I do like that one. Gains toughness bonus parry percent against target. All on parry 1%. Endurance. Punish the impudent. grants the adjacent allies damage deflection against ranged attacks. That's also nice. Ferrocrete. Hmm. 7 resolve. Nimble won't help as much now. Has an incredibly high parry percent at 95%. Yeesh. It will not die. That's a decent bonus at this point. No. Breaking point. No, that's heavy weapons. Weapon skill. Characteristics toughness. I do want that. Even if it's a fairly basic ability. So stack from the unpacking. So plus 15. He just wants to be attacked. Oh. Whoops.
I guide humanity between the stars.
Yep, please. Please do so. There's 6 more stacks of tactical advantage. Okay, momentum plus 1. Demon chance. I remember that I had a couple of things I wanted to get, but there's so many skills you can get. It's a bit overwhelming, but much to remember from one day to the next. First ability Master Ignition uses after first heroic act used in combat will cost 0 action points until the end of combat. Currently, action points isn't that much of an issue. Primary objectives. Will not die. She already has quite a decent HP pool. Breaking points, not required. Willpower stuff. What do we have down here at all? That one's... Additional armor. Undamned the Sea of Soul. Cannot dodge attacks of opportunity. Ooh. Open to the warp. Probably want one of these. This means more heroic acts. Don't think is bad call. Assassin ability, sorry, created. Same target restores dodge. Dodge reduction. 0 AP. Always dodge reduced. Deal strike damage to me. Increased. Witness. Fatality % of maximum base damage with assassin's current weapon. Oh, you have that one. So they've told you upgrade for the first time around. It may to have any falling effect. Well, they're gonna be hemorrhaging a lot. And urgent. Got to chase. Stuff bounty hunter's turning game movement. I like who's adjacent to prey. Oh, this is stacking bonus to armor penetration. Bonus reloads, the bonus removed. Call the bold additionally removes target's difficulty tier deflection. Oh, I do like that. It sounds like something that's gonna be
I always
helpful.
keep my options
I
open.
woke up with a feeling of wonder.
Oh,
As if
how
a
large?
field of flowers was blossoming nearby.
Pretty large.
A child was saved.
That's how it's done. I always have a backup plan.
Anybody? Corrupted servitors. Servitor before you appears as if performing some elaborate and confusing dance, striking strange poses. Strange scene is complemented by a grating sound. Dull clicks just the edge of your hearing, coming from an unknown source. Many of the customers of Monkey are terrible, but some are more insane and disgusting than the rest. What? You reduce your kin to the level of mechanisms. You love mechanisms, do you not? You strive to make everything empty, cold, convenient. What can we say for 2/3 of your mind? Say nothing. Not expecting to hear an answer. Serve the servitor. Based on cursory inspection, you conclude that the servitors were designed for precision work on an assembly line, possibly circuit production. The number of high-quality, expensive augments in their bodies greatly exceeds basic standard. Basic servitor's hand moves, it's slowly reaching towards you. Avoid. Gently and swiftly, you step away from the servitor. It stretches out its hand as if trying blindly to touch you in the space that was already left, and still once more. It seems its brain is incapable of quickly processing changes in its surroundings. Anything about the clicks? Soon enough, you locate the source of the clicking. On the back of one of the servitors, a tumor oozing with murky ichor is growing straight through the augments. The relays coated in inflamed tissue are blocked, hence the reason of the persistent clicking. A mutation in a servitor? Tech priests typically reject the use of flawed soft tissue for their constructs. Perhaps something has caused this aggressive growth. Quite recently. But try it, Abelard. At much difficulty, you cut the excess flesh from the mechanism. The liberated relay lets out a rapid burst of clicks, then a spark flashes before your eyes, and something begins to hum deep inside the servitor's flesh. As if on cue, the servitor stops moving, lowers their arms, and turns to you. Crew 24, second lane of the Manufactorum, commencing work, state your request. follow default programming?
Is there money to be made?
Which means they're following me now, okay. Before you is an ancient but wholly typical console intended for use by people who not trained in the mysteries of ministering to machine spirits. The cogitator is completely silent, but as you approach, you sense the warmth emanating from its metallic casing. A telltale sign that the machine is working. View the log. Discover the local data crypt of contents collected by evil previous operators of the machine spirit itself. Using your access, you study the archives stored on this cogitator. The vast data repositories contain millions of strings related to receiving raw materials for processing, shipping, processed metals, and schedules for sacred rituals to be performed over the machines coming off the production line. The manufactorum once operated like one gargantuan, well-oiled mechanism. The last record is from 2 months ago. View it? Oh no, that's just what I already had. Well, good to know.
Keep your eye on the prize.
So we take our servitor friends along. Your mind is swathed in blue-gray smoke, Master One colors. A heavy color for heavy thoughts, I presume.
The top, or get left in the dust.
He doesn't even respond. Oh, dangerous person, Lady Orselli. All navigators are, but your abilities place you in a special category.
Keep your wits about you.
Determinate immediately one. This feels like there's cover placed all around. 16 universal laws, the mysteries. Term containing revelations of the Omnisci, according to special binaric dialect. Only a member of the cult Mechanicus or Akitas cipher may partake of the wisdom of the machine god. Oh. Who are you? The lumps protruding under the tech priest's bedraggled red robe hint at a mechanism implanted in his body. You see this haggard and sickly face under the archaic respirator augmenting. A click, a clank, a barely audible hiss, and only then tech priest Vox finished the word. Identification. Identify. Carefully study the robe-clad figure. A black border of necrosis spreads out from the tech priest's implants. For some reason, his body is rejecting the true flesh. A moment later, you recognize the dominant smell of the bouquet of scents permeating the air in the tech priest. Stench of rotten meat. Is there any way to greet the master of your world? Where processing information, finding malfunctioning Vox produces a cracked voice. Irregularity executing of the fabricator sensor approved. Protocol 3942 recommended. What is this protocol? Sacred decree passed by the fabricator sensor that dictates the course of action. Attack comrades of Kawa-Gamma and suboptimal working conditions are to follow. Immediate execution of Protocol 3942 recommended. Oh, protocols, I guess. Just as you to come closer. Oh, this can't be good. Eliminate fabricator sensor Cubus Delphi. Well, that's telling. Yeah, take my servitors along. They're not the quickest. At least I hope that's mine. Ah. Floor flesh. It's always good. Good sign. What an interesting protocol. Well, he didn't take any damage from that immediately. Or initially. Well, aside from earlier. And Cassio? Oh, it's a purple cube. It's like, please head into cover.
Silent. I understand your intent.
And then we begin to shoot.
This tedium is beneath me. I am not your Xenos pet, Mon. No weakness is hidden from my sight. If it serves your cause.
Oh. I don't need that necessarily.
I understand your intent.
Another Magus Heretic.
Help me, Lord Captain.
That's rude. My poor navigator. Well.
Throne take you.
That's a bomb.
But of course, Lord Captain. I won't object to it.
Like, hit him.
For the throne's glory.
Well, he hit something.
Just a minor setback.
Meanwhile, Avalar's fine. Argenta isn't. Oh, Heinrichs, you need to parry that. It's no real good place to just stare at people.
Step aside. The
Oh,
navigator is coming.
like, don't fall over. This one's for you, Heinrichs.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
This tedium is beneath me. Ancestors guide me.
Is it really, though? Almost. Charge? Nope. Charge?
As good as done. Who, if not me?
It was like, which one do you want to target? No, this one.
You should have thought twice before crossing me.
Oh, kick him. Yeah, showed him.
I'll see to it personally.
So, Argenta, please just leave that.
Rejoice in battle!
Pray for
The
us,
Emperor
sister.
commands, I act.
How flammable is he?
Faith without deeds is worthless.
Not very, but that's not exactly surprising. Sure, that guy's prey.
As the Emperor commands, I act. The enemies of the Emperor will be undone!
55% hit chance.
I'll do it.
Missed. Aw. And then Abelard. It should be a waste of time.
At your beck and call.
Abelard runs.
Brace yourself, Abelard.
It just takes 0 damage altogether. Bonk. I'd rather have Heinrichs or Melancholy activate first. Heroic act. Get him! Come on, one of you. Why does that not trigger the bomb?
I won't go down easy.
I mean, fair enough, that did. $95.
I am not your Xenos pet, Monk. No weakness is hidden from my sight.
Get him.
If it serves your cause. Fortune favors the swift.
I've suffered worse.
How are you so wounded? Heal yourself, Heinrichs.
Naturally. But of course.
And
Lord
you're
Captain.
Heinrichs.
The Inquisition sends their regards.
I won't object to it.
Oh, that was quite the explosion. You probably should just back off a bit.
I am a navigator, not a servitor. As duty demands.
I'm still standing. Just barely.
As they trundle along.
Battlefields are always drowned in scarlet. I'm not accustomed
Gonna
to being ordered around.
Press the advantage and see how much that gets us.
If I may,
A decent amount. Is there anybody in line of sight? Oh, Heinrichs.
isn't this a job for the serfs?
Heal the rogue trader, Heinrichs.
Let's see to it.
That is foolishness.
Ah, it's fine.
Don't let your guard down.
Boom.
Just as I planned.
Ah, very good.
I am ready for whatever comes. On it.
I charge.
Consider this a taste of what's to come. Accept your lot. It's as good as done. The best defense is a good offense. I'll see to it personally.
God Emperor, move through me! Be the fire in my heart!
Oh, she can see him. She's likely going to hit me though. However, there is also Abelard. And as we all know, Abelard is...
I will do my duty.
the man. The myth. The undisputed legend.
It will be done.
So it is kind of shutting down. Well, if anybody hits the guy, it's Elliot. She manages to hit me, well, that is
I
unfortunate.
am not your ancestors guide me.
I need a foothold.
Heal your rogue trader.
I won't object to it.
Ugh, my ears are ringing.
It's quite the amount of blood.
Me.
Squelch.
Color the
We are the spearhead of the Imperium.
There's my rogue trader.
This wound will make a fine scar.
I won't forget this.
I'm at your
Miscalculations are for commoners. I don't make mistakes. I make profitable learning experiences.
What a sentence, Jesus. Mistakes are for
I
commoners.
keep my options open.
Now, just real quick. How's your plasma pistol holding up to the new one? Plasma pistol. This one seems better. Yep. Power sword. I have a better power sword, maybe Mastercraft power maul. Officer's chainsword. Well, this fine is the best one I have. Parry reduction for melee attacks. Do we have anything else? Immediately remove one of the effects. Oh yeah, that reminds me. Argenta. Coercion. Well, you get the Zealot cloak. It's not gonna go wrong at all. Nah. Damage to an enemy has a chance to gain movement points. That's all the extra dodge. Probably should just give her a couple of crank grenades just in case. Or a couple of tears of repentance. I'm sure she'll like those.
I always have a backup plan.
While it's painful, I didn't.
That will lead us to fortune.
I did enjoy that. That was beautiful.
Is there money to be made? I
Beautiful
have a nose
and
for
dumb.
profit and a taste for adventure.
System is locked. That's fine. Just don't. Come on, people, don't step into the lava. Blood mixed with machine oil is barely visible on the dark floor.
Rise to the top or get left in the dust.
Oh no.
luck and fortune favor the bold.
Oh no.
Let us not dawdle. Keep your wits about you. I know how to...
I'm watching your back. Always. Do you require inquisitorial approval? We have no time to lose.
My faith shields me.
Nope.
Brace yourself, Abelard.
Ah,
Pain cleanses the body.
it's like.
Remember,
Let's not waste time with pleasantry.
And
Look no further.
then it all went wrong.
Ah, careful now. Let me help you.
I'm grateful.
Let's patch you up.
I can see
Let me
bright
help.
colors again.
Magenta's already.
This wound will make a fine scar.
I owe you a debt.
Let me help.
I needed that.
This wound will make a fine scar.
Your assistance
Let's
is much
match you up.
appreciated.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
Sometimes you consult the appropriate treatise on Tactica Imperialis and weigh every step. Sometimes, though, you just fire your...
You have my thanks.
Let me help.
You have offered me another chance.
That was a beautiful representation of how stuff just spirals out of control. Should have sent Heinrichs alone after all.
This wound will make a fine scar.
Your technology is limited.
We are the
But I am
spearhead of
grateful.
the Imperium.
I have a nose for profit and the taste for adventure. I always keep my options open.
Well, let's talk to the Lex mechanic. Small, heavily augmented man in filthy tattered robes stands before you. As you approach, he hesitantly looks at you, his eyes filled with horror. A portable scribe of a keyboard hangs from the straps in his front. You can see his detached cerebral cogitator peeking out from under his hood. Another one of the cultist minions? No, I'm not a cultist. They tried to corrupt my mind with their heresy, but I ran. I'm a manufacturer and ex-mechanic, Zeta 86. I performed the rituals of the machine spirit on Foundry at 95. Up until we started going mad. Priests devoted to the Omnissiah suddenly started praising the dawn or something or other. They stopped the belts and then they desecrated the visages of the sacred machines with unholy symbols. Some of them resisted, the others grabbed them, tied them up, and then they turned the implants to heresy. I saw the madmen, my former tech comrades, deliberately connect those poor souls to corrupted cogitators. Watched as they were infected with scrap code. What did they do? Like the grace of the Omnissiah had left them entirely, placing free thought and process with blackest corruption. I witnessed them desecrating structures blessed by the fabricator sensor unit, the sensor himself. For what do the blessings of that rotten traitor count for now? Like men possessed, they set upon the sacred instruments and assembled shells and nodes that didn't match any diagram or blueprint I've ever seen. Sacrilege. And how did you avoid that? I didn't avoid it. They performed the same procedure on me. I felt a touch of unholy cold. I allowed it to control me. I abandoned my sacred post and followed one of the traitors, serving his will and gathering all the data for his blasphemous experience. I was driven by an unholy impulse coming from the depths of my auxiliary cogitator, where the code had lodged itself. Before I found a way to throw off the compulsion, I witnessed horrifying heresy, the extraction of true flesh and its decomposition on altars, perverse procedures that resulted in heretechnical abominations. Even accompanied the fallen Magos to the fabricator sense himself and attend the unholy mass he led personally. It was a wicked ritual, full of willful deviations and blatant inaccuracies, all to create an ungodly monster in the name of the final dawn. What, is that a weapon? No, not those constructs that are melted down in furnaces and sent to the depths of the Manufactorum. It is some kind of semblance of a cogitator. A nightmarish parody of a sacred machine, powered not only by the omniscience grace, but the unholy spirit and life force of the unfortunate imprisoned in the lower levels. I don't know much, except that the fabricator sensor saw the machine as special. It was special to him and to the crazies who defiled the omniscience abode with their obscene blasphemy. For the final ritual, he even called upon one of the Astartes heretics, who arrived at the Manufactorum at the start of the uprising. He did something terrible, and only after that they were able to switch the machine on. It's a true abomination. Even standing near it is unbearable. I believe that even those who have been deprived of the omniscience grace still feel its influence on them. Its monstrous power utilized for unholy computations and chaotic calculations. Whatever that cogitator might spew out at the end of its cycle, no righteous soul should accept its heinous offering. 42. People, the lay servants of the main units, they live in isolated segments under the sacred machine halls. I heard they were locked in there after the takeover. Then my crazed brethren changed the system for disposing of slag waste and covered the machines in cursed symbols. After they started to cogitate, they dragged the survivors out of the segments under the machine halls. Well, what the survivors had turned into. You demonstrate exceptional power of observation and recall for someone who just happened to survive. I'm a Lex mechanic. Gathering data is the purpose of my existence, and that's even what they used me for. They used me against my will. The scrap code turns everyone onto their slave. Before I rid myself of the cogitator, I was forced to serve alongside those who perpetrated those atrocities and witness their obscenities. Well, Heretechs, what do you think? Seven of the Omniscire must know more about the final dawn, the fabricator sensor, this mass, about the machine as well. I could give you the coordinates, but even though I was present for many blasphemies committed by those heretics, all the details that were captured and processed by my true flesh on the augmentic that was corrupted by the scrap code. I'm convinced that if I hadn't fought off the foreign compulsion in time, it would have been doomed. The corruption would have spread to my biological cogitator as well. I fear that no devout tech priest should come into contact with what's hidden in that once sacred device. His expression shifts as he stares intently at a disconnected implant, the still intact connectors protruding from under the Lex mechanic's collar. The corner of his mouth twitches involuntarily. Abelard notices, and once he does, he sighs heavily and looks away. Can we disconnect it and connect it to another machine? Even if the very idea of exposing a holy machine to the scrap code wasn't profane in itself, my augmentics are not universally compatible. They cannot be connected to another machine spirit. They were created to interact with the system of my true flesh, to innovate my compulsor unit and output data via the inscriber. Once I am safe, I swear I will immediately perform a cleansing rite and destroy... In other words, there's the only way to extract the data stored in the cogitator. What are you talking about? I mean, let's be honest. We know what he thinks. He wants to just shove it back into the poor guy. If you connect the cogitator to augmentic systems, the Lex mechanic will serve as a conduit for transmitting the data. He will learn the details even if they are incomplete, of the things he saw, heard, now unable to recall. No, anything but that. I'll die. No, it'll be worse than that. I'll succumb to the corruption. I'm begging you, please. I'd rather be burned as a heretic than have to scrap code my biological cogitator. He pauses for a second, as if he's considering. How easily you commit your kin to a demise worse than death. Oh, you're iconoclast. Heinrich stopped. The leader of the cult would never discuss anything of importance in front of witnesses. Leave the man alone. We need to know where the cogitator is. Even if the heretics' conversations are unimportant, I must know why the machine was so valuable to them. I'll tell you, a different augmentic is responsible for my muscle memory. Has a data storage too. I remember where I walked, what I pressed with my fingers. Here are the coordinates. And the code is probably the code to the bay. He's a subject of your world, Melanchor. It is for you to decide his fate. You could take him along, which would mean only more stuff is going to. They're gonna get punished for stuff like this. We'll take him along. We have a. Well, if worst comes to worst, we could just take him to the bay with the mirror we picked up earlier today. Then he slowly walks off. Excessive kindness, Melanchor. Gets good people into trouble. Let's hope that the corruption only affected disconnected Augmentics and not his soul. Come on, we need to find this cogitator. We've killed enough demons already.
Is there money to be made? Failure is just a temporary setback.
15.
Lesson learned.
This task should have been accomplished easily.
What? What a shame. As it should be.
Well, you can just do it repeatedly, so... Ballistic skill and critical damage, you say? Can my elf wear those? No components available. That's too bad. Well, in that case... No weapon skill. Accused. Call of automatic weapons by minus 50%. Ooh, that one's probably a good one though. What are you using? 5% damage. Oh, weapon skill and battle soldiers. Nah. Should be fine. Additional notion wires grenades. Camaraderie badge. Well, that's gonna be fine. It's gonna be nice.
I always have a backup plan. Rise to the top or get left in the dust.
There's a ladder down now. Dark patches can be seen on the floor. They are smudges, for someone walked through them on the way to the...
Let us not dawdle.
Is there like...
I always keep my options open.
Oh, this is a path. Heretechs.
Success is the only outcome I accept.
Success.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
Find ourselves down at the bay again. That's the entranceway. Our servitor is ported along as well.
Is there money to be made?
Well, after that diversion, that was the that's the little
Keep your wits about you.
Oh yes, please take that along. Screen of this cogitator shows a scrolling line of repeating technolinguage.
Rise to the top or get left in the dust.
Oh, good job, whoever found that. Tome containing warnings of the Omnicide. A set on unshakable tenets of the Adeptus Mechanicus is hidden from the eye of the layman with a special binaric cipher. Only anointed tech priests can divine the sacred knowledge from this folio.
I always have a backup plan.
It's the game telling me I should have brought Pascal. Oh. Cutscene, you say? Why, hello there. The massive magus clad in ritual garb lets out a binary trill and turns to you. From beneath the deep hood of his mantle, two dimly lit eye implants gaze out at you. You hear another binaric tirade, this time clearly addressed at you. 10 combat implants on the blink. What now? Primitive creature, devoid of true knowledge. Could it be one of the slaves who escaped imprisonment? Kneel, servant, before the master of Kiava. Come on, Abelard. People aren't respecting us because Abelard started not doing the line anymore. Beg forgiveness. Kiava belongs to Oswald Valencius, of whose scion you have the honor of speaking. You are one of the troglodytes who once had the gall to oppress my comrades and resist my will. A messenger from the barbarian who drank the sacred unquest bestowed upon her through our toil. Very well then. Your appearance is a perfect opportunity to teach your ilk a lesson. My name is Kubris Delphine. I once had the title of Fabricator Censor of the Kiava Gamma Manufactorum, but I rejected it, along with the other fetters that hindered progress. Once my faith was flawed and led naive fools from the cult Mechanicus into the darkness of ignorance. Now I am this world's master and serve the true gods. You tread upon their territory. You do not number among their legion servants. Therefore you must be subject to immediate disposal. You already had a vat of liquid metal dumped over us. Where's the governor of Kiava? Traded for mass for another? Prefer negotiating to fighting. Theme has been done as well. What happened to the governor? The removal of unserviceable artifacts was the first step towards retooling this world. Only my tech comrades heeded the call to truth that reached into their cogitators and allowed them to pierce the veil of empty dogmas. Poor Gaprak. 10 or so years back, he told me he felt uneasy in the presence of the Tin Can comrades. I mean, he esteemed Adeptus Mechanicus. He casually complains about not having been dealt a normal planet. I'll have to honor his memory with a prayer once we have finished purging this place. He branches the weapon. Thankfully, the Fabricator Censor here did not require any coercion to confess to treason. Trading one master for another. How pointless. I will rip out your spinal column and braid it around my staff, you arrogant creature. It's my world. You will serve me. I will have your spinal column. Even a cursory analysis of data shows that the probability of this outcome is negligible. You, like your predecessor, are but an artifact of certain calculations. One that requires minimal resources to revise. I do not know if I have ever seen anything more bizarre than two monkeys vying to prove who possesses the greater hubris. Thanks for that, Earlet. You may be driven by your will to fight, but know this. Kiava has already been converted to its lines have been restructured and its servants have already tasted the fruit of progress. In their crucible in this manufactorum, torrid liquid metals will be used to forge vessels for sacred spirits. The adepts are already tirelessly delving deeper into the new mysteries that were once barred by false tenets. Huge servants of faith. Fake gods are too late. The entire might of this world will soon rise up against the anathema and his slaves. So many open admissions to heresy in so few sentences. Sister, how many death sentences would you say this word's warned? I cannot answer that, Master Van Kallax. It is not my duty to measure the guilt of heretics. When the Adeptus Sororitas appear before enemies of the Imperium, it is time to fire, not to count. And now is one of those times. You know why I like to range tin cans like you? When you're killed, you leave behind plenty of useful weapons. No, you deserve a painful death for what you have wrought upon the machines of this world, and their priests and their people. Perfect machines merit elimination, as do living elements prone to vulnerabilities such as sentimentality. Comrades, purge the manufactor of any random variables. I must prepare for the culmination of our greatest work. Got the outsiders! Let their blood mix with oil! Elliot. We have an elven sniper on our team. Just shoot the damn guy. Even if it doesn't do anything. Appreciate the save though, game. Oh, what are those things called? I'm thinking of... well, the Demonengines. There's one of them with the spider or crab-like legs and just the demon on top with the cyber demon like cannon arm.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
Is this close enough to engage already, or can I can get the goods? A medkit. Probably good to have. That's an enemy.
Is there money to be made?
Well, engage
what do
them.
We have here?
Argenta,
The
please.
Emperor favors me today.
I'll make an example out of you.
Them sounds. Corrupted what? Scutarius. Scutarius. Well. Abelard to the fort. Heinrichs to the fort. Elliot. Hope you like that spot for now. No, don't attack Heinrichs, attack Abelard. No.
Scorn the pain.
Parry. A hit, a dodge, and a parry. All in a day's work. Who else am I seeing? He's too far away. They're out of line of sight.
You cannot force me, Alantak.
What?
I understand your intent.
It's like just shoot any one of them.
It serves your cause. No more. I am not your Xenos pet, monkey.
Let the rest approach. My servitors! Destroying my property. Just dies bleeding. You dare. Well. Time for righteous cleansing. Any enemy in combat is prey.
Doubt is for the weak.
I mean, he's prey. Call the bold.
Faith without deeds is worthless. As the Emperor commands, none can escape the Emperor's judgment.
Purify them, Argenta. Pray for us.
I'll do it. Doubt is for the weak. Eradicated.
We can do it again. Then retreat
Guided
a
by
bit.
faith.
It's like on.
Here's my perfect moment. I'll make it happen. Your end was inevitable. I'll see to it personally.
Kill them too efficiently.
I have read tomes of military tactics.
Why are they not in line of sight though? That's too far away. Don't even need to try that.
I'm afraid not. Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Heretechs.
Naturally. For the throne's holy terror, smite your enemies.
Good job, Heretechs.
But of course, I'm done with this one.
Shoot the guy. Heretechs needs more.
Emperor, give me strength.
Stare at him. So Abelard just...
Victory is imminent.
Yes, Abelard.
At your beck and call.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
Indeed. No matter
Well.
the cost.
And off
It
he
will be
goes.
One, you are target. Victory is imminent. Reduced to dust.
How far can you go? Oh, quite a bit. Sadly, not quite far enough.
Follow my lead.
Well, maybe. Oh Lord, just comes around the corner.
Someone else can do this.
What?
I'm not interested.
Oh, it's not because it's not a clear path. That's disappointing. Oh well.
At your beck and call.
I'll charge down the stairs then. Bomb. That's what you get. Servitors turning around because they don't really know where to go next. Immediate enemy fire has been dealt with, or enemies. Not enemy fire. No real good cover placement for you.
I approach the designated position.
Can I just get rid of you?
If it serves your cause, I deal death with my hands.
Get rid of all the trash.
This tedium is beneath. No weakness is hidden from my sight.
That's fine.
Focus, Van Kellogg's. Oh, focus.
Good job, Argenta.
No! These ruby flashes are choking me!
It's being kind of dramatic. Well, she killed
As the Emperor commands,
quite a lot of enemies. They're splitting themselves up.
Faith without deeds
Fairly
is
successfully.
none can escape the Emperor's judgment.
Didn't help with that.
I will not.
Nope.
I
So-
refuse.
So gleeful. I will not. Good job, Abelard. 0 damage.
Let's make some opportunities. On it.
Just hang out. We'll deal with that group.
I'll put my psychic abilities to use. I won't object to it.
It's not gonna be quick, but we'll do it. Get
Let's see
yourself a
to
bit.
it.
It's running away again. Turns out heretics are indeed craven.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
As the Emperor
Send
commands,
Argenta.
I act. Rejoice in battle! I'll do it.
So he knows what's up. Aside from that,
Be careful not to cross my gaze.
might as well. That's for you. Abelard.
It will be done.
Bonk.
Indeed. I will do my duty.
The Rock Crete. Breaking my servitors. Slowly but surely. She does not have line of sight. Does she see any of them? Nope. That's not great.
I move as if unseen.
Well, might as well fire on that guy then.
If it serves your cause.
That's fine. My servitor! No!
This is unacceptable.
It is.
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone.
So, yeah.
Doubt is for the weak.
Well,
Faith without deeds is weak. Strike is the prayer.
gotta make sure, right? He should
Pain and duty go hand in hand.
again hold the whole 7 damage, 0 damage. Should start to realize running is not really an option. But oh well. Charge!
I'll see to it personally.
Come on, hit him.
It's as good as done. The best defense is a good offense.
And kick him down the stairs.
Who, if not me?
Oh, I could have endured, but well, not exactly the most necessary thing right now.
Naturally.
Gonna charge you, Heretechs, all the way down, or as far as you go at least.
Someone's death wish is mine to grant.
And might as well use it. Get him, Heretechs, get him! Flash pile.
But of course, Lord Captain. Let's see to it. I won't object to it.
Just because.
Naturally. But of course, nothing stands against me.
Good job, Heretechs. What a spectacular miss.
Step aside. The navigator is coming. I am a navigator, not a servitor.
Run and gun? Not available just yet. Okay, fine. They just need to catch back up.
A tactically sound approach. One human
Bonk.
target.
As we cornered them.
It will be done. At your beck and call.
Now they just need to start running.
Indeed.
So bulwark as well. All the buffs.
Just designate a target.
Is he in line of sight? Nah. Just about to say.
I took care of this one.
Oh, the poor heathens.
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury.
Well.
As
Concentrated
the
fire.
Emperor commands, I act.
How many is that? 2 action points.
I'll
Call
do
it
it.
bold. And then good luck, Heretechs.
Doubt is for the weak.
Ah. Would have been great.
I don't need luck. I have strategy. I'll see to it you never stood a chance.
I do kind of want to kick him again. Aww.
On it. You should have thought twice before crossing me.
Oh, that's kind of sad. Nope, not charge.
It's as good as done.
Endure. Maybe Heinrichs
Everyone, step aside.
try to stay at an angle.
I won't object to it.
Be gone.
And there he goes.
I have read tomes of military tactics.
Ballard.
I've seen worse battles than this in my time.
If I place you over here, does that reach? No.
At your beck and call.
Makes sense, but one more tech priest to go. Heretech.
I move swiftly to strike.
Sniper kill steal.
I hear you moving no more. Speak, Elon.
I know how to take risks.
We did it.
Let us know, Dawdle.
Oh, that's a lot of... An arc rifle. That's gonna go wrong, I'm pretty sure.
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
How much stuff is there? There's all these. That's a lot of power moles. Power sword, 10 to 14, but that's should be about should be the same as Heinrichs's, isn't it? Yeah, that's exactly the same.
I always keep my options open.
A dying tech priest. Another arc rifle. The broken panel of the cottage is sparking as blind dark screens showing nothing.
I
Argenta.
always have a backup plan.
Pile of human remains carelessly tossed together amidst a suffocating stench. The touring gutted bodies once belonged to tech priests, but you cannot spot even a glint of metal anywhere. All their implants are gone. Suddenly, one of the ravished bodies makes the tiniest movement. The tortured man's lips move ever so slightly, his half-closed eyelids twitching. Approach him. The man can barely breathe out his respirator implant. It's a miracle he survived the horrific vivisection. But it takes you a single look at the gaping wound where the augment was ripped out of to realize death is only a matter of time. As if having sensed your presence, the half-dead man looks at you and sharply inhales the hot air. Machine, spirit, deliver me. Who did this? My comrades? Machine spirit, has the Omnissiah truly abandoned us? Kiava has fallen into the maw of the eternal enemy. Holy Magi, they succumbed to heresy. The rest were stripped of the true flesh to feed the heresy. Preserve us, deliver us from sacrifice, living blood from vessels of the true flesh. Whilst the heart is still beating, after that, oblivion. I knew you would come. I've waited so very long. Deliver me from my torment. Her harsh features are graced with something strikingly similar to grief and compassion. Such senseless tragedy. What a horrible fate, to be betrayed by one's own... Go to the Omnissiah. Like, pulls out his chainsword. Single motion, you bring an end to the long torment. To checking, and there are no more survivors in this pile of human remains, you step away from the nightmarish sight.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
Check use. The Zara modified device is imposing to identify, judging by the putrid smell and the pale chunks of flesh stuck to the blades. The machine is used for body dismemberment.
Keep your wits about you.
Okay. Goods, you say? No, what? Oh, below. It's like,
What's a peculiar thing?
stop
Let
it.
us not dawdle. I will lead us.
What?
When the faithful are idle, heresy grows. Blessed be the road that we take. I better myself through my service.
Fate and fortune favor the bold.
Good job, Argento.
I always keep my options open.
Ah, just cargo. I mean, what else? What other way is there to go besides
Is
the
there money to be
rail?
made?
Nope. It's not an option. Another power sword? Another power sword.
I always have a backup plan.
Oh, that's a door.
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
We should deal with this.
Oh. He says as it explodes.
I know how to take to you.
Look no further.
It's a little late, Avalord.
Let's patch you up.
I won't forget
I'm
this.
at your service.
What is it?
Let's not waste time with pleasantries.
Approach the cogitator, you notice a number of deep scratches left by huge claws in its metal surface. Despite the appearance damage, the machine seems to be working condition. Lower the bridge. Touch the levers and the rails on the control panel and disturb the slump of the machine, the spirits that reside within the cogitator. The machine dawdles as if still drowsy, but nevertheless performs its assigned function. View the log. The log contains nothing of interest. The maintenance ritual scheduled for the sacred machine that moves the bridge. An activation log and a few notes of religious nature, entered by tech priests.
Let us not dawdle.
Corner goods. What? Maggot. Screen of cogitator shows a scrolling line of repeating technolingua.
I always keep my options open.
Blow up, you say?
Duty prevails.
I always get the job done. Keep your wits about you.
Something is howling with the metal housing as the machine spirits of this cogitator are lamenting some irreparable loss. 0%. Well,
Always keep your eye on the prize.
nice. Nice to be able to blow up a wall. A staff. Staff of blood. The Melta Ultima. Ooh.
Is there money to be made?
Nope. Nope. Use the door.
Rise to
Wall
the
floor?
top, or get
Oh.
left in the dust.
Useless.
Looking at the uneven symbol makes your eyes water.
I always have a backup plan.
Couldn't quite grow eyes on the wall just yet.
Keep your wits about you. This is intriguing.
Nah, that's a bomb, but
What do we have here?
okay. No, don't, Argento,
Let us
don't.
not dawdle. I will lead.
Remember,
I'm restless. What deeds await us? See? Right there.
Well, at least she spots some of them.
The light of terror shines for us. I failed. This task should have been accomplished easily.
That is true, Argenta.
Sins hidden.
What advice do you seek?
Just patch her up.
Administration is a holy task.
Let's patch you up.
Injuries will not
I
slow.
always keep my options open.
We are the spear.
I have a
Join me in prayer.
Come on, Argenta, come along.
rise to the top or get left in the dust.
Come on now.
I've faced worse than this.
When the faithful are...
Your seneschal is always there for you.
Come on, game.
Field medicine at its finest.
At least he's happy about it.
Let me help.
I'll make sure to return the favor one day.
And that's why we have so many medkits.
Let's patch you up.
You have offered me another chance.
Heal
We'll
Heinrichs.
make a fine scar.
I needed that.
Let me help.
Heal the Lady Navigator.
No further.
I know how to take risks.
You sure don't?
Is there money to be made?
Oh. Connects to various different
I always have a backup plan.
car.
Let us not dawdle.
And that's rifle for the trash.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
Yeah, this looks like an arena, doesn't it?
I always keep my options open.
No. How did that do nothing?
Keep your wits about you.
Huge machine looks forsaken by the spirits. No humming or rattling coming from the casing. Oh.
I always have a backup plan.
Do ya?
Let us not dawdle.
It is sad that the beautiful and lush Janus has been overcome by such grievous calamities. The world is very beautiful.
What can you know of beauty? A monkey whose cursed eye kills all living things. The Lilithan is plagued by calamity because of corruption similar to the foulness that you carry within you.
Wrong planet?
I always keep my options open.
I mean, she's a navigator. You'd think she'd know her star charts. She'd think she'd know where she is right now.
Or get left in the dust.
Desecrated altars of Omnissiah. Purity seals have been torn off. The data slates of sacred code shattered, and some of the teeth on the gear dormants broken off. Oh, I'm sure them.
I always have a backup
The
plan.
heretics will just regrow new teeth. Actual teeth. Pointy teeth.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
Really don't. I don't trust this. Ah, floor flash. Good sign.
The Inquisition taught me many things.
Ear-licking makeshift structure is an altar to Zinj. Zinj! Amidst the revolting totems and twisted symbols dedicated to Chaos God, you notice a string of nines burning into the metal
Keep your
surface.
wits about you.
Hello? Any cultists about? Oh. No. Come on.
I always keep my options open.
Well, there's people impaled. Crucified bodies. All augmentics removed.
What a shame.
Massive suit-covered vessels are filled with blood.
Let us not dawdle.
Oh. Dements. I heard your footsteps in the void. You are von Valentius, are you not? Identify yourself. My name is Dement Neumann. I believe it is familiar to you. You're the one who stole the personal code and made an attempt on his life? No, why would I do that? It was the work of the maimed hunter. Who? Well, I don't think you're related. We are not. The name Neumann is spoken surprisingly often these days, wouldn't you say? Workstation picks up whispers, repeating this name. Oh. One more chance to explain yourself. Another? The right to bear this name, it is my humble inheritance, which I received from Archmagus Armonot. To renounce it is to betray his ideas. The blessed Armonot taught us that the cycle must be discontinued. It seems I have become his best student. Now I aspire to know all, comprehend all, as is the Omnissiah's will. I am deciphering a great mystery. My name became the start of the key. I analyzed the archives and found it in places where it should not be. Neumann, Neumann, Neumann. I kept seeing this marker upon the traces of a great plot, the deception created by Archmagus Armonot. No sound mind is capable of such twisted cunning. But my mind was no longer sane, could no longer stay within the narrow confines of the norm. Each new discovery loosened the imperatives of obedience and granted even greater freedom. I avoided the traps of the maimed hunter who seeks to hide the truth. But words mean little. Do you want me to show you the truth? Well, we are a little bit curious. Turns his data slate around. The vid screen is covered in green runes performing an ungodly dance of computation. It is the Matrix. No easy task to keep up with the scrolling numbers, but you managed to pick out a few equations, schemes, theorems. They are all senseless, for the simple reason that each one is based on an absurd violation of the laws of calculation. They're riddled with error, the reeks of corruption. You seem to have made an error. It's a 4, not a 5, in that line. They do, and they are, in this place. But there's another place where they have the right to exist, where nothing and nothing can up to become something. Where the mathematical zero can perish and decay, and infinity can measure itself. No, it's warp technology. I altered the planetary Vox array. I replaced Promethium with fuel made from the souls of server servants. The sum of all knowledge that exists in this world lies in the warp, and I am extracting it. Do you think it's sacrilege? Do you think it's sacrilege not to do it? I think it's hypocrisy to reject warp technology, to betray the Omnissiah's commandment that we are to know and comprehend all of creation. So, well, you're a heretic, girl. Ooh. Merely a seeker of knowledge. However, the experiments I have conducted extend far beyond the allowed limits of an ordinary transmechanic task of maintaining a planetary Vox array. But ever since I received a strange signal, my ears have been opened to what I previously considered to be forbidden knowledge. Every night since then, I have been tuning my Vox station to that very frequency and listening to the voice. This is Warp FM. I'm a heretic? The fabricator sensor didn't think so. We conducted inspections, but he did not prohibit my research. Later, when a mysterious visitor revealed the truth to his optics, he came to me once more. I nurtured the scrap code to him in the depths of my mind. It lives there still, eating through my synapses and building new connections. To open to new knowledge of change. Is freedom heresy? If so, then I am a heretic. Well, exhausted all options. The voices warned me that this moment would come.
You will beg for mercy, but I will grant none.
I'll turn you into corpse starch.
No, Heinrichs, we don't eat traitors. You of all people should know best. Abelard. Oh, there's a Rust Stalker. Hey. Combat Servitors. Walk Skull that wants to be shot out of the air. Abelard. Game's like, what? Anything back here? No. Just the servitors looking funky. It's only for the time being. That's not too bad as a starting place. We'll do something like this for now. Is there a good angle to sneak a peek? Maybe from here? Oh yes.
Me? If
Whoa?
you insist, Lord Captain.
I could just engage him immediately. It's one of those, what could possibly go wrong?
I'm not
moments.
accustomed to being ordered around.
If
Yep.
I must. Ancestors, guide me!
Get him to bleed.
I understand
And
your
get rid of
intent.
these,
I
please.
deal death with my hands.
Oh, sadly missed the second one. Abelard.
If it serves your cause. Another soul slips beyond the veil.
Yeah, get rid of the skull.
I am not your Xenos pet, monkey. This tedium is beneath me.
Perfect shot in as well. And boom!
No weakness is hidden from my sight.
Like 5 damage now, more like 50. 27 bleed damage. Hmm? Or was that the lethality effect? Go get him, my servitor friends. Serve your master. Should engage him just so he can't.
Taking calculated risk is my second nature.
Run up. Kick it. Oh, it doesn't care.
I'll see to it personally.
That didn't go quite as planned.
On it. The best defense is a good offense.
close, but not quite.
Get me a target.
Yeah, you're a rogue trader. Charge him.
Let's see to it. I won't object to it. But of course,
Hit him.
Lord Captain.
Consider this a taste of what's to come.
Oh, he's gonna. It's gonna hurt. Well, it wasn't too bad.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
There's your prey. Call the bold. Well, that's the... I'll just have to deal with that. And then let's hope for the best.
Remember?
Best
I'll do it.
wasn't quite good enough. Let's see, pray. Oh, Abelard's gonna sort it out.
Tried and tested tactics are the best ones. Victory is imminent.
Bonk. How far can you charge? Casually parries on the way out.
Forth on Valencius! It will be done. I will do my duty. One few at a time. My place is at the fore.
It is, Abelard, it is.
It will be done.
He's just cleaning house.
Victory is imminent. Grey hair, sure hand.
Mm-hmm. Is he in line of sight? Yes, he is. Well,
Isn't this a job for the serfs? Battlefields are always drowned in scarlet.
come a little closer in case he doesn't immediately
And a
keel over.
foe painted black.
There he goes.
Does something...
We are the
Let's not waste time with pleasantries.
Well, what did he have? Cortical augment. Belonged to the fallen tech priest who called himself the Mentzhaleumann. Torn out a heretic's skull after his demise. Then bonus to logic. Mm-hmm. And a plasma gun.
Is there money to be made?
Mishmash of steel wire and augmentations shaped by some madman into an unknown and frightening monstrosity.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
Oh, it is the ladder. What else you got? Redemption gauntlets. Gives enemy effective exposed weakness, increase enemy strength and agility by 2. Mm-hmm.
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
Oh, there's the goods. More cargo.
Keep your wits about you.
Curved parts appear foreign compared to the orderly geometry of the Manufactorum. Many holes and fasteners indicate that each component serves as but a single part of some wicked mechanism. Wicked design. Oh, they are actually building forge beasts. Yeah. Okay.
I always have a backup plan.
It's gonna be
That's how it's done.
filled with refuse, broken piece of spare parts, chopped up lumps of flesh, bits of wire, and other
Always
rubbish.
keep my options open.
Ah,
My
heretics.
warp site reveals something.
It does. It does. Adaptive Flag West. I'll take it.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
Sure, release the brakes.
Rise to the top or get left in the dust.
Oh.
Just as I planned.
Nope.
Cut. Cut. A breath.
Did they all just kill him?
Is there money to be made?
Well... It's like, hopefully it was worth it. Probably not. It's a manual valve. Oh.
Rush not dawdle. I always keep my options open.
What not to do? Don't get run over by a car. Saving. Oh. Well, thanks, game. Surely puts the mind at ease. They are approaching.
Keep your wits about you.
That door. Ah, a Chaos Marine. Towers of the tech priest. Bowed heads of a dark cliff, like a dark cliff. He's reciting a sermon, slowly, almost chanting. From the mere sound of his deep, low voice, you break into a cold sweat and your gorge rises. Listen to my words, reveal to you a path from the darkness unto the primordial truth, which has thrown open its gates for wayward souls, seeking deliverance from the shroud of lies and torment of enslavement. Your minds have shed the bonds of the dogma that has guided you into the abyss. Accept now the hope granted to you by the greatest of the word bearers. Sacrilege, soiling an imperial world. Yeah, we have a dogmatic. Oh no, they're not dogmatic enough. I knew our meeting on Rykard Minoris wouldn't be the last, but to run into this anathema here. Kiava Gamma did not merely succumb to heresy, Malankor. Your world is in the clutches of the greatest evil known to the Imperium. Let's make him happy and attack. Okay, Space Marine roars in fury as the tech priest turn and charge you as if on cue.
I'll make an example out of you!
We bear the word of truth.
Oh, just... Oh, again with the heavy bolter. Abelard. Oh, I think... Well, I guess I'll have Abelard move on into this spot. Cassia... Like someone's gonna have a bad time of this. There's no real way around it. Go on, my servitors. Tech cultist. Go for the high value target.
That is beneath me.
Yep. Just a level too far. It's also too. Need to get these going.
If it serves your cause, ancestors, guide me.
Just a little bit of damage.
I understand your intent.
It's not gonna matter.
Who wants some more?
Oh, I knew who's gonna get the flamethrower.
As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it.
Flame on them. Good job.
As the Emperor commands, I act. Doubt
Pray for
the
us,
weak.
good sister. Pray for us.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
Oh, all things considered, she is doing well. Time hen to pray. That's not a good cover to be behind. Whoa.
Vengeance will be swift.
I hope so. Okay, please.
I'll make it happen.
Kick that
I'll
guy.
see to it personally.
Get him, yes, exactly. Oh, this is gonna be painful.
Suffer and your corpse emperor suffers.
Well, maybe it was painful for them. Charge him, Adelard, charge him. 15.
Indeed. At your beck and call.
This feels dangerous. Look at him.
If you insist, Lord Captain. I am a navigator, not a servitor.
I will do my duty.
Oh, he
It will be done.
dodged it.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
Heretechs.
I won't object to it. For the throne's glory. Let's see to it.
Ooh. That's rough. He is still in line of sight.
Swift and
I'll
silent.
move up one. Still is.
I am not your Xenos pet monkey. If it serves your cause. This tedium is beneath me. I deal death with my hands. If it serves your cause.
I'm not injured. I'm enraged.
Well.
I'll do it. This is why I... Blessed are those who sacrifice for the Imperium. God Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my heart.
She says after shooting our servitor. Aha! He's immune to kick. I mean, I'm sure he isn't, but... After him, Abelard. He's running. He's afraid of you.
The Seneschal's job. Victory is imminent. It will be done. Target well struck.
Exactly. It's like, you sure you're in a Space Marine, Abelard?
I will do my duty.
Sure seems like you're more than capable then.
It will be done. Reduce to dust.
Haha!
Embrace death without regret.
Really? Oh, come on.
This ocular implant was a worthwhile investment.
One more.
Follow my lead. Indeed. I took care of this one. I am at...
Fate and fortune favor the bold.
Good job, Abelard. Archstrange's Mantle. Bonuses from combat tactics areas. Okay. That's potentially one for Jay.
I always have a backup plan.
That's a lot of axes. That's a
Rise
lot
to
of
the
axes.
top, or get left in the dust.
We are hurting, but we're not hurting so much that we can't take out a Chaos Space Marine. Space Marine. Carouse is the toughness one. Coercion. 30 fellowship. Whilst we're doing well. Even more athletics. Nah. Medicare. Carouse. 90 on Elliot. For athletics. 70 on him. 85 on Argenta. Already got strength. So weapon skill, eh? Or toughness. Each point of toughness gains 10% wounds. Give me the weapon skill. We're from a deaf world, we're not here to diplomatize. You know, Heinrichs. Xeno lore. Warp lore. Nobody really has a lot of warp lore. Coercion. Demolition. Need to pump that demolition up. Awareness. Needs to know about the arch enemy. Sturk. That should be an additional damage. No, he's at 50. Abelard. Carouse. 110. Coercion. Probably one more Medica. Strength for him is also an additional damage. Need to apply the bonuses as well, not just select them. Persuasion. Commerce, awareness. Let's get her more persuasion. A little bit additional toughness or perception. Perception. Idiot. Agility or intelligence. She really, she needs a. I need a melee weapon for her. Imperium Xenos lore. What a choice, eh? Learn something about your elven brethren. You need a higher demolition skill to work with. Willpower, a lot of stuff, or maybe not a lot of stuff, but she has a couple of things that scale with willpower, so that's gonna help at least a bit, as we are hurt.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
Well, he took out a word bearer. A real problem is gonna arise.
Keep my options open.
When the game's like, yo.
Useless.
Why? Haven't I studied hard
Learn
enough?
from this mistake.
A soldier would have been disciplined for such a performance.
My kin.
I failed.
Lesson learned.
There.
Keep your wits about you.
The cogitator looks dead. Only a single lumen shows that there is life in the machine. Bring the Elect-2 to the scanner. Several lumen light up on the panel. You hear distinct clicks and the cogitator goes quiet, clearly having fulfilled its purpose. Pretty sure we could have just blown that up on our own, but punch it.
This could be an opportunity.
Punch the wall. Kick the wall.
I always have a backup plan.
Oh, it's the valve. Get out of the wall, saboteurs. So, well, at least there's a reason to go.
Take heed, rogue trader.
I know how to take...
You interrupt.
Join me in prayer. Let's proceed.
That's not so much disarming as...
Sins hidden in the heart turn all to decay.
I will lead us to fortune. Rise to the top.
Thick layer of dust is a telltale sign this place has been has had very few visitors. Oh, research card is unpowered. It's not the one I wanted to read, but fine. The towering furnace wreathed in scarlet light fills you with awe. As you approach, the heavy thrum of an ancient servo motor erupts from the machine's depth, along with a crackling binaric undertone. The dust-covered keys are illuminated with a faint pale glow. Request Theodora's data. Machine reacts with a curt binary signal followed by a low, drawn-out tone.
Keep a sharp eye.
Always keep your eye on the prize. I have a nose for profit.
Look no further. We are the...
I know how to take risks.
Do you? Do you really?
Fate and fortune favor the bold. Let us know, dawdle.
Rumbling builds up in the bowels of furnace, growing stronger pace. Data bank from
Is there
Kiava.
money to be made?
Fumigated myself.
Let's not waste time with pleasantries. I always have a backup plan. This is intriguing.
Ouch. Please, Argenta.
Never doubt me.
I always keep my options open.
Oh, he looks big and angry. I don't see much in the way of cover for my squishier members.
Keep your wits about you.
Abelard are gonna have to do work. You! Probability of navigating your way? Oh, it's a forged beast. Oh no. Reaching the inner line was negligible. The primordial truth guards me in my work. Then why is it that the variable has yet to be eliminated? An illustrious rogue trader of Valensis, conquered the Paris Express, and you're a talking piece of refuse. Preacher. Minions are dead, both you and your host will likely fail to stop me. Well, you're preaching to Zinj, so it appears that your masters have turned your backs on you, and now you're on your own. An impossibility. I am not a variable that can be extracted from the process without acuity affecting the probability of a successful realization. Possibly a stress test, unexpected. You can still save yourself. No. Your fragile logical construct infers my agreement to once again become a slave to the Deus Mechanicus. An erroneous assertion considering the revelations of divulged to me by the truth. For too long was I a prisoner of dogmas, a static unit of obedience. What one has learned of the freedom that is lawless creation cannot be returned to that cage. I have seen things you can never comprehend, true technology. I touched it with my tools, I grasped the mysteries and potential. I beheld depth that cannot be forgotten, and now nothing can drag me back into the darkness of ignorance. Just, you know, end it yourself then? We're not counting such an outcome, although probability recalculating shows me that even you unforeseen appearance and disappointing resilience can serve progress. Where else would I have found a suitable specimen for practical testing? Straightens his back and shoulders, you hear a mounting hum as if from some powerful turbines. Two forge beasts. Witness the weapon designed to carry the glory of the true gods in the darkness of the Coronis expanse. My shepherd has sent me one of his iron angels that his very presence may instill faith and awe in the hearts of his flock. Accept the greatness of the primordial truth, united with the might of the new Kiava Gamma, and perish. Like spirit of the warp, bow to my will and defend me. The words never escape your lips. The moment they touch your tongue, they scald the inside of your mouth and cause you to choke and cough. Nonetheless, the warp spirit heeds your intention, and the air around you begins to pulsate with crimson flares. All the sounds of the manufactorum are momentarily silenced as the steel fiend skewers you with an intense and baleful gaze, which then shifts to the fabricator's sensor.
I will exterminate every last one of you.
How many HP does this thing have? Just 190? Your forge beasts are pretty scrappy, you know that. I don't think they should be. Heinrich is gonna have conniptions with me. Hey, I wanna place him next to that. Idiot. Corrupted Technomat.
I understand your intent. I am not your Xenos pet monkey. This tedium is beneath me.
Okay.
My faith shields me.
Las guns, you say? Kick him.
Your end was inevitable. It's as good as done.
Why is he still alive?
Naturally. Let's see to it. For the throne of glory. I won't object to it. I'm done with this.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain. Do not dare ask. If only that were possible.
Pray, Sister Argento.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Clearly he is prey. Set him on fire, that's the only reasonable thing to do.
I'll do it.
2 damage.
That is foolishness.
Faith without deeds is worthless. Doubt
Cold
is for
of
the weak.
old as well. Get him! Ah, it could have been worse.
A tactically sound approach.
It will be done. Reduced to dust.
If anybody can take on the Forge Beast, it's Abelard.
Took care of this one. For von Valentius.
That's what he tries to tell me it's going to shut up. Abelard.
I've seen worse battles than this in my time.
Get him.
Be done.
Get him more.
It will be done.
Keep swinging, Abelard.
I will do my duty.
You sure will. Oh, that's all of them. Kind of look at the thing, so...
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Come on, break
If
it.
I may.
Good job. Well, it would appear the stress test is failing. Now Heinrichs is not going to be happy with me. That dominated the Forge Beast. Harry.
I will not.
Too far.
If it serves your cause.
That's one.
I am not your Xenos pet, monkey.
Get him to bleed again.
I understand
Might as
your
well.
intent.
Exploited. So
If I
1 to
must.
2 damage. There go my servitors. Well, they held out for quite a long time. Get him.
Best defense is a good offense. I'll make it happen.
Can I kick him?
Who, if not me?
Not really. Heinrich, slay the
But
heathen.
of course, Lord Captain. Naturally. For the throne's glory.
So don't have too much additional damage. Oh, it should be fine.
Me, if you insist.
Oh, wow. We did it. Kinda.
Guided by faith. I'll do it.
Now we did it. The steel behemoth standing before you twitches ever so often. Frames emanating tainted miasma as if the metal plates can barely hold the endless anathema contained within the fabricated cage. Let fall the arch-enemy's weapon that has turned on itself in a fit of madness. Raises a hand and the temperature around him begins to plummet. Just take it along, nice. Oh, that's tempting. He's gonna hate that. I want it. What? What lunacy has gotten into your head? Look at this thing. It must be defective if it fights on its own. You have stepped dangerously close to the line that separates radical thinking from indisputable heresy. Be more prudent in your experiments, Melanchor. Abomination, seething with heat and malice, digs at the metal floor with its foot and lets out a stifled howl, as if in anticipation of new massacres and victims to come.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
I have 2 of these standing in my display case. Not in this loadout. Didn't build the plasma thingies. Plasma cannons. Build with the tentacles. Have the melee, built the melee version. A combi tool. Dolphin pattern, Morris pattern las guns. No, I don't need those. I'll take the other things.
Is there money to be made?
And now we kind of desperately need to go to the bridge and get healed.
I always have a backup plan.
Turn to the void ship. Stop, Melanchor. Before we go further, I must investigate this level of the Manufactorum. We have not yet examined this area sufficiently thoroughly for the purpose of my mission. Oh. Alright. Should hurry, considering everything that's going on in the Manufactorum.
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
Flame in the dark. Secrets of the Cult. Quiet data is enough to suggest a theory about a crucial role of the cogitator in the cult's plan. Immediately conduct a threat analysis. According to Lex Mechanic, the entrance to chamber containing content is somewhere in the Manufactorum.
Keep your wits about you.
Oh, is it?
Let us not dawdle.
Well, it's not the thing that gassed us, is it? Argenta, please.
I better myself through my service.
Good job, Argenta.
I always keep my options open. I always have a backup plan.
Up top? It's like anywhere we don't get run
Always
over
keep
by...
your eye on the prize.
I'm walking downwards.
Is there money to be made? Rise to the top or get left in the dust.
Is this a pathway? Not really. Looks forsaken by the spirits.
Keep your wits about you.
Oh? CyberGuard accepts the access codes and sets the mysterious mechanism in motion.
Let us not dawdle. I know how to take risks.
Oh, this can't be good. Can it?
I always keep my options open.
Oh no, it's just loot.
Easily done.
Don't be so smug about it.
Backup plan.
Oh, what's that? Flamer Digi-Weapon. Okay, short flamer. Don't need more Mastercrafted power.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
Power moles. It's a little bit disappointing. No, that's not what I'm looking for.
Is there money to be made? Keep your wits about you.
All the debuffs. Well, at least not much can happen
Let us not dawdle.
to hurt us further. Oh, did I...
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
So where does this actually lead? Well... Perhaps the access codes, clanging of the moving bolts indicates that a door has been unlocked. Let's hope for the best. So... Oh, Heinrichs. It's a marriage. Numerous wires and pipes run filthy cages which are filled with what looks like conglomerations of human bodies. You cannot make out who is in the cage, but bright blue sparks flash intermittently in the darkness, while the mass of flesh twitches and shudders. That's not one of them, that's all of them. Heinrichs cast a scrutinous eye over one of the cages before withdrawing his weapon and approaching to examine what lies inside. Careful, Heinrichs. Look at it! Through the metal bars you see... What you see is truly a pile of human bodies, or something that used to be. Monstrously deformed bodies are fused together in places, while others were severed. Tentacles... using saws and knives, leaving wounds, seeping pus and slime. Wounds that are agglutinating? Sprouting tendons. Rods connected to wires that run to a nearby cogitator bristle with the flesh. Bristle across the flesh. The human head turns to you. Mercy! Mercy, make it stop! What is this? Takes the surrounding in his surrounding and once again fixes his attention to the contents of the nearest cage. I'm beginning to have some idea. The ex-mechanic mentioned inhabitants of the lower levels who had been imprisoned in their homes. He said some of them were brought here. The cultists did something to those poor people in their own home. And now they are studying the result. Have you ever seen anything like this before? I've seen a great deal, Rogue Trader. That includes mutations caused by the sorcery of chaos. But what frightens me most is not their repulsive form, but what it's hiding beneath it. A human soul in torment. Chaos never forgets it, and gets to ensure its victims retain the ability to suffer. Talked about slag. The ex-mechanic talked about some kind of slag waste disposal and chaos symbols on machines. What are the minions of the archenemy doing to my people in the lower levels? To know the workings of dark sorcery means allowing corruption into oneself. Come on, Heinrichs. These are warp mutations, no doubt. Perhaps there's some side effect, and that is why they were brought here. To be connected to senses and cogitators. Even fallen tech priests who have rejected the Omnissiah are driven by perverted hunger for knowledge. Why aren't they hooked up to the cogitator? Lingua technis. Corrupted by the scrap code, I'm sure. It's unlikely we will be able to extract anything of value from their data crypts. Thinking, Heinrich clenches his fist and bites down on a knuckle, and then recoils when a mutant from the nearest cage reaches a hand out to him through the bars. Ugh. You! A female face watches us from the gloom of the cage, even though half of her head has turned into a mess of bones and lumps. Her single eye looks at you with a surprising amount of intelligence. You promised. You promised us. Words are echoed by other voices in the depth of the cage. Heinrich leans towards the cage, but a sufficient distance to ensure the mutant cannot reach him. Who are you talking to? What did they promise you? Who are they? You took us from the Inferno. Promised us a reward. You. Face contorts in a grimace and the creature's lips stick together like melted wax. I'll be damned. Can still speak. They remember the people who did this to them. Perhaps a little biomancy will allow us to draw the fragments of knowledge out of them, where it will trigger further changes. Sure, Heinrichs. You think so? Tiny fragments of data can prove worthless, even harmful to us, in exchange for participating in this torture. They can still serve the Imperium. It was his idea, and immediately he turns it around on me. The fuck, Heinrichs? He hesitates for a moment and closes his eyes and raises one hand. You're enveloped in otherworldly chill. The mass of flesh in the cage suddenly rears up. The mutant wretches opens his glued-together lips and begins wailing frenetically. The shrieking is echoed by a chorus of howls and tortured moans coming from the neighboring cages. Mutant changes before your eyes. The tumor is get larger. Seeds like an ebbing tide, revealing an emaciated female face twisted in agony. The woman gasps for air, stretched. She stretches on her mobile neck and exclaims, "Liar! You promised to kill me! Promised me deliverance! Every one of you! Everyone told me to have hope and the pain would go. Accept the truth for what is hope. My only hope is to be freed from this pain. Please make it so. Make it so." A lump of flesh behind her head shudders and sends out smooth, fat tentacles that cover the wailing face and drag it into itself. With a sigh, Heinrichs lowers his hand and looks at what the creature within the cage has become. A redly gleaming mass of meat and gristle that no longer bears any hint of a human origin. It pulses vigorously. And that's it? The lamentations of dying people? No, not just that. What is said about hope sounds like a lie of chaos, which is used to take root in weak minds. I believe the corrupted tech priests repeated this phrase like an echo of what had been instilled in them. Whenever the cult of the Final Dawn is planning, false hope is a key component of their plan. It's a lead, small one, but a lead. That's that, then. But do you know what bothers me, Rogue Trader? The number of people here. They are too few. The lower level of similar manufactoriums are inhabited by millions. What happened to the rest of them? I know I won't like the answer. Let's go. We still haven't done what we came here to do.
I always keep my options open.
Ice is steeped in corruption, which means that it must be cleansed. Well, you're probably not entirely.
Is there money to be made?
Shows a scrolling line of repeating tech lingua. It's also gonna be that. So gives you a headache. Gives you a headache. This can't be good, can it?
Rise to the top or get left in the dust.
Well, there it is. The data vault. The massive cogitator grows out of the metal bulkhead like a grotesque tumor. A hollow roar sounds from deep within the metal housing. Whatever spurred a computer into action has enough power to supply a small command center. Soon as your eyes fall upon the cogitator, you feel a tingling in your temples. Every nook, every component of the machine radiates a sense of wrongness. It's purple. Whoa! One that is difficult to explain, but no less palpable for that. It is as though the construct itself defies laws of physics and perspective. Makes a warning gesture, his voice ringing slightly with tension, but fretted with disgust. Stop, Melanchor. It is a creation of the archenemy. Don't go near it. You have done enough for me and my mission. Don't put yourself at risk now. Oh. Don't need to take damage. Just. As soon as Heinrich takes another step towards the cogitator, emits a deafening shriek like hundreds of metal needles driving into toughened glass. Ugh. So sensing the stranger. Wincing, Heinrich approaches the control panel and bends down towards the screens. Despite the heat clogging the room, you feel an ice-cold breeze. Heinrich is clearly using his psych abilities to try and fend off the pernicious effects of the Chaos artifact. Come a little closer. Heinrich is too engrossed in his examination of the control panel to stop you. Oh, that's... Draw closer to the side section of the cogitator housing, which has several thick cables running from it. With each step towards the flickering screens, you're feeling that the cogitator is watching you with rapidly blinking eyes grow stronger and stronger. Up close, you see the besides buttons, switches, and toggles, the cogitator casing is also covered in strange writing. I'll have a look. Splat. Study the runes carefully, and suddenly you feel a lancing pain in your eyes, followed by a sharp pang in your chest. Leap away from the cogitator with your heart pounding and a rush in your ear. Ouch. Look at the cables. A bundle of cables is coming from the broken side panel of the cogitator. They were clearly added after the machine came off the Manufactorum's production line. The wires snake along the floor and disappear inside the maintenance hatch that leads to somewhere down below. You look at the screen. It displays a wall of text on its screen. The string of symbols is a senseless mixture of numbers, formulas, and unfamiliar characters. There seems to be no logic to it. Yet there's no doubt that the cogitator is computing calculations on a prodigious scale. Take a step back, and suddenly one of the cogitator screens changes color, becoming a bright yellow. Eyes are helplessly drawn to its bilious hue. Ah! And I run. You turn sharply away from the screen. You can almost feel invisible shackles falling apart. The realization comes a moment later. You were not fighting against your own curiosity, but against someone's malevolent will, which has now lost its hold on you. Keep your distance and wait. A minute passes, then another. You watch Heinrich examine the cogitator. His eyes scan the screens, the hands darting from the reel to the lever, sometimes hovering uncertainly over the next switch, which immediately receives a coating of frost. At some point, you hear his voice, almost a whisper, barely audible amongst the clanging, roaring machine. Sacrifices. More and more sacrifices every minute. Hecatum Determinans. The womb of this cursed machine is down in the lower levels. The auxiliary illuminator controls the system for delivering molten waste under the Manufactorum's main building. This cogitator is fueled by the energy harnessed from thousands of people, who are flowing beneath our feet as slag waste as we speak. But I cannot even imagine the reason for sacrificing all these people. It's inconceivable. Now we know why the fabricator sensor prized this monster so highly. The cursed tech priest and his associates created something that went beyond the limits of the Omnissiah's power. This machine is designed to process myriad possibilities using warp sorcery. It's almost finished its task. It predicts the future, Melanchor. Are you alright? I'll be fine. How is that even possible? Do not attempt to gain any insight in the essence of the machine corrupted by the archenemy, and last, not if you value your soul. You have encountered the Heretechs' mechanical abominations before. To truly fathom their natures, they only allow a particle of death into your heart. But the fruit they bear, no matter how abhorrent the instruments, the fruit they bear could be useful. You intend to let this creation from beyond the veil do what it was designed to? It is not your calling to protect. Is it not your calling to protect your kind from schemes and temptations of sullen flesh? You cannot understand this, Xenos. Knowing one's enemy is the path, destroying them. If, in order to prevent countless future calamities, I must perpetrate one of my own, such is my duty to go in front. Oh, that's very rich coming from you, Heinrichs. Not only do you not keep watch over your kin, you even sacrifice your own souls to the dead god. It is astounding. No, the cult's filthy ravings are not worth that. What we can extract from his storage rise will be, though. You need to stop this, Heinrichs, for the sake of the people still alive there. He vacillates another second and shakes his head as though clearing away mental fog. I almost succumbed to the archenemy's trick. The lure of the unattainable. The primary of all traps the chaos sets for unwary souls. Movements are exact and purposeful, unlike this Early operation of the cogitator. One after another, the cogitator screens begins to fade to black, and a roar coming from inside the machine quiets to a barely perceptible howl, which you imagine you hear notes of defection. Heinrich bends over the keys and flinches from an electric shock. His head snaps back unnaturally, and you see his lips moving, so the roar grows louder by the second. Why, hello there!
Grovel before the true power of humanity.
This is really just going to be a single screecher. Because if it is, should be pretty fine. It's less fine. Sacrifice. No?
I'll see to it.
Charge the unholy thing.
On it.
Yep.
This tedium is beneath me. I am not your Xenos pet monkey. I understand your intent. I am not your Xenos pet monkey.
Should be fine. All things considered.
Let's see to it. But of course, Lord Captain. I won't object to it.
Bind him in combat for a bit. Well, look at the little guy.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
This tedium is beneath me. No weakness is hidden from my sight.
Abelard. Whoa.
It will be done.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Pray for us, good sister. That one's pray.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
won't stop me.
Yeah, explode the screamer as well. Thank you very much. Oh.
An unworthy soul.
Where did you come from? You're... Was that thing here the whole time?
I'll make it happen. Who if not me? I'll see to it personally. On it.
Good job, I'm the Lord.
I hear you moving. No more.
Really feel like I need to get rid of the screamer.
Let's see to it.
Mm-hmm.
Naturally.
She has 32. Yep, stare at him. 23.
I'm afraid not.
Abelard's too far away.
I am a navigator, not a servitor.
I am not your Xenos pet, Mon. No weakness is hidden from my sight. If it serves your cause.
Victory is imminent. One fewer target.
Good job, Abelard.
It will be done.
The dawn of the tide is inevitable now.
No matter the cost. I will do my duty. Reduce to dust.
Yes, Abelard.
At your
Again.
beck and call. One fewer target. I took care of this one.
Damn.
Isn't this a job for the serfs? Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
160 damage. Wow. Turn full AP.
I'll show you why navigators are feared.
I understand your intent.
It's gonna be a cascade
I am not your
all around.
pet. Fortune favors the swift. This tedium is beneath me.
Because we can still.
Pay with your blood
Do
in the
this?
name of Heretechs.
Which should, in theory, give her another turn, unless it doesn't work like
I'm
that.
not accustomed to being ordered around.
No? No, no. Doesn't stack like that. I guess close enough.
Rejoice in battle!
Come on, flame
As the
him.
Emperor for you, my Emperor! I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury! Doubt is for the weak. I'll do
Still
it.
one more attack.
Eradicated.
Hit
I'll
him.
make it happen.
Still kind of shocking.
I'll see to it personally.
Doesn't work at all. Oh, I don't.
Who if not me?
Parry that.
If I must.
For the throne's glory.
Holy terror, smite your enemies!
Let's see to it.
Me? If you insist, you'll try to die with grace, at least. I am a navigator, not a
She
servitor.
should be able to shoot him.
I am not your Xenos pet. I deal death with my hands.
Could have been worse. Stares at the smoldering ashes of the demon and then at the destroyed cogitator. The fur on his brow slowly smooth out, his face looks almost contented. The creation of chaos is no more. I hope the fabricator sensor did not have time to pass on the secrets of this creature to his associates, and I hope that the survivors down in the lower levels can hold on until we liberate Kiava Gamma. There's more wisdom in you than I thought at first. One must never touch what was created by. Can do without the Xenos moralizing. Know your place. I never forget it, monkey. What happened to you? Oh yeah, you did the right thing. People who survived the disaster will continue to serve. Yes, if they have not been touched by the corruption. I hope that when you come to decide the fate of this world and its inhabitants, you consider the fact that these unfortunates also include those who have not been touched by chaos. What's up with him? He's the guy who wants me to blow up an entire planet because of... At that point... Or... If this is the main manufactorum of a manufacturing world, and millions of people live below this complex, why is he now the morally righteous guy, whilst on Rykot Minoris he was like, oh, well, there's nothing we can do. We found an excavation site. Best blow up the planet. I must thank you, Malenkor. Without your help and cooperation, I doubt I would have reached the depths of Kiava Gamma and learned the truth behind my agent's dispatches and reports. Never have ended up here, and I would have never succeeded in hampering the cult's activities. I hope, esteemed interrogator, that your keen interest in this one Valencia's world has been satisfied. Oh? Apart from the fact that the world still is seized by the arch-enemy's corruption, its populace is infected with heresy, and the once sacred machines of its manufactorum have been turned into weapons against humanity? Quite satisfied, yes. My business in Kiava Gamma is concluded. It is time to return to the mission that brought you to the industrial world. The only thing I'll ask you is that you is an audience when we return to the ship.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
What is it?
When the
Fate and fortune favor the bold.
They'll be leveled again. Our luck leveling takes a bit of time though. Oh, steady superiority. Zeroes wounds while not the effect. Ooh. Till the end of combat, every attack grants a stacking 2% bonus to critical hit chance. Ooh. Your militants attacks don't spend all MP. Additionally, each attack grants stacking 5% bonus to dodge. Can use both the heroic act of the Irish militant's archetype, act of the warrior soldier archetype in a single combat. Ooh. So it can breach as well. Ooh. These are all kind of good. Not going down a lot. We're taking a lot of wounds from traps mostly. And because I stand in places where I get fumigated. Irishman, Irish type, and a weapon act. I think I want this. That's gonna be a lot of additional power just by being able to move. Now Heinrichs, on the other hand, probably want this one. Grants a stacking 2% bonus for now. Abelard, what do you get? Die. We've never used this before. Anger cannot die until the start of the next external damage suffered by the anger is reduced by toughness. That attacks each enemy that attacks the vanguard allies. Additional to always retaliates when attacked. Well, usually when he charges up to the front, he just plows over everything he meets. 2 momentum for each attack that hits them. Suffer less damage. It makes the priority target for enemy hit by that attack. I'll just take this one. So what do you get? Extended Firestorm. 2 attacks. Well, it can be used multiple times per combat, once per turn. All allies, including the Master Technician, have a weapon capable of burst fire. Use burst fire instead of single shot. Allies, including the Technician, have a weapon capable of area attacks. Use these. I don't know. Dodge all friendly fire. Well, and then that one's fine. I'd rather have the options. Till the end of combat, the target of dispatch loses half its current armor and deflection. Deals additional damage equal to target's missing wounds. Whenever an assassin hits an opening. Dispatch attack kills the target. All enemies in free areas gain +2 stacks of disturbed. Suffer -10 willpower and fellowship. Move to disturbed if I must rest aboard a void ship. Okay. I'll go for the additional damage. And Wild Hunt. Penalty to armor, agile bonus, free charge to hunt down the prey. Attacks exactly 1 target. Attack just. Ooh. Yeah, I'll go with this. That's all of us.
I always keep my options open.
And now we need to go for the long walk back to an exit. Actually go to the void ship. You have a chaos machine on board. I don't think there's any doubt about the rogue trader being outside of jurisdictional law. But to be fair, it was kinda...
I always have a backup plan.
It's not like it was all that dangerous. Could take...
Is there money to be made?
No, which way is it? The other side. Could take this way out. Should be quicker. We'll see.
Let us not dawdle.
Da-da-da-da-da. Back to the void ship. Hey. Why are we getting a cut? Bitch, please. Sharp pain pierces your head and the light dims in your eyes. You smell smoke and burning. You feel a wave of nausea on your legs. Buckle. Your knees hit the metal floor. The same moment the manufactorum surrounding you disappears in a whirlwind of mist, ash, and grey shadows. Struggling against the elements, you can barely raise your head to look. Your eyes sting and burn. But through the tears you see it, a colossal silhouette rising above you. The roaring tempest is unable to shake the mighty figure. Try to have a better look. Uralon the Cruel. Writhing in pain, you raise your head and peer into the roiling darkness. You make out the figure's features. A huge man clad in dark power armor, from which demonic silhouettes snarl at you. The wind picks up, and you close your eyes, unable to stare into the face of this raging tempest. The warrior's inhuman eyes bore into you. I am the master of those who have been felled by your hand in the halls of the primordial truth. I am Uralon the Cruel. Souls of my followers return to the font of power they served, crying out to me to cast my gaze towards this sacrilege. And what do I see? Yet another lackey of the corpse emperor. They call you a hero, an empty word, a worthless pedestal amongst hundreds like you, all built by the lackeys and of the false god in their hubris and ignorance. This pedestal will soon become a sacrificial altar, and you will become yet another reminder to the expanse that no hero can save it from the truth. Giant's voice causes a storm raging around you to die down somewhat, as the very sound of his voice is enough to make the whirlwind subside. Glance at the huge warrior and notice on his chest a winged azure symbol. The shades of blue seem to glimmer and mingle together. I am the sovereign of Kiava. It is my world, not a dominion of chaos. Oh, clinging to illusions will do you no good. The rituals have already been performed. The mortals have already singing the litanies of the primordial truth, or decorating the sacrificial altars with their flesh. Kiava, as you call it, is already saturated in the nectar of the truth. Fate that awaits all worlds that would stand in our way. What do you want with me? And to look upon the one who has disrupted my flock's duties and my master's plans. A warrior from my legion, fabricator, censor. You think of their deaths as a triumph. However, it is a minor hindrance on our path. There are other worlds that serve our goal. There are other sources of plasteel and adamantine. Revel in your victory. Change nothing. Nevertheless, the blood in your veins whispers to the spirits that you warrant a closer look. Yes, you are a descendant of the rogue trader whose warrant Conrad Voigtwell sought to obtain. By defiling the relic and binding it to himself with the tethers of the Imperium, he was meant to become my servant, a rogue trader who would work for the truth. But then you interfered. Could it be that you wish to gain the true god's favor instead? Do you wish to present the corpse's relic to me and serve the truth? Have you... I hear your very blood calling, begging you to submit to me. What would be the point of futile defiance? Rise to your feet. Is it time? Rogue Trader Melanchor belongs to me alone. Rise to your feet. Conquering the weakness and pain, straining every muscle in your body, you slowly rise to your feet. Straighten and stare Eurlon straight in the eye. He smiles, but there's no mirth in his eyes, only malicious curiosity, the kind with which one looks at an insect with its wings torn off. This isn't your first time meddling in the deeds of the world bearers. You were there on Rykard Minoris. And so I want to know if you hold your hands, which is not yours to hold. And you will tell me yourself. He utters a few words in an unknown tongue over his shoulder, and you feel your head being clamped by an unseen vice. The sensation is familiar, for this is not the first time the shadow of warp sorcery has fallen heavily upon you. You close your eyes and cast aside all thought, and your inner horrors cry out and rise against the will of another. A gust of wind sweeps Eurlon's figure away without a trace. The mist around you begins to dissipate, revealing the dark halls of the Manufactorum and leaving behind an oppressive sense of powerlessness. Weirdly, he sighs in cantankerous relief. It's a close call, for the sake of Holy Terror. If you had lost a second rogue trader in such a paltry span of time, my only option would have been to shoot myself out of unending shame. You sense the presence of another psycho. Someone made contact with you mentally, then tried to harm you with sorcery. I did what I could, and you at least appear unharmed. Can you remember what you saw? There was a Chaos Space Marine. One of the traitors of the Imperium? I don't think it was he who touched your mind. You wouldn't have had the strength to go up against a psycho from the ranks of those monsters. He might have forced some mortal to do his bidding. Perhaps it was through the same hapless medium that he sensed the death of his henchman. Such indescribable power, to have reached out to your mind at such a distance. The sooner I forget it, the better. I don't think I want to tell that to Heinrichs. He eyes you suspiciously, then reluctantly nods. The Manufactorum around you looks the same as before the vision. Maybe the shadows have grown a little deeper and darker. You dust yourself off and continue on your journey through the darkness. Which turns out he dislikes probably even more. Wow. It's a lose-lose with the Inquisition. As soon as you're... What? Oh, that's a lot of damage. The world's industrial heart has fallen to corruption, but numerous faint vox signals from the periphery indicate that the planet's small manufacturing cluster survived without succumbing to the heretics. The sacred machines and hallowed laths from these abodes have been reverently transported to the safety of the ship's hold. The fate of Kiava Gamma hangs in the balance. Purify and restore? Restore in the shortest possible time without subjecting the wounded planet to a merciless purge. Restore the Manufactorum using the Heretechs engineering plan. Ancient Energy Core. We are iconoclast. The blast furnaces are lit again. Machines once more fill the air with screeches and squeals, and mag trains of wagons stretch in lines from one workshop to the next. But the Cogitator's binary chants carry alarming rumors of malevolent and foul traces of corruption still lurking in the deepest chambers of the Manufactorum. Iron Judgment decided the fate of Kiava Gamma. Oh, what can we... That's a lot of complacency. What can we build? Small foreign. Manufacturing of Kiava Gamma has been damaged and tainted by the procedures of the Heretic Delphim. A renowned tech architect, the fugitive aristocrat Barabbas Kilius. What a name! Is offering to enter the Rogue Trader's service as a planetary steward and restore the world to its former production capability. Mechanisms, you say? Blessed are the weaponsmiths. Great trials are ahead. We must steel ourselves to face them. The Rogue Traders will sign a mutual aid agreement with the questors of the Departamento Monitorum. These outstanding theoreticians of warfare will supervise the repurposing of the planet's manufactorums for the production of weapons and military equipment in the jaws of laugh machines and the wombs of alloy wats. Solus Blaster will take on its highest and most perfect form out of a weapon. Or calculating holiness. For generations, the Adeptus Mechanicus has been custodians of the machinery and cogitators of Kiava Gamma, recognizing the value of this tragedy-stricken world as they are willing to deploy a forge cathedral in its token of sympathy. There in the blessed fabricator sense of fortune will envision and lay out a new and more perfect design for the planet. It's a little bit of everything, but costs me money. That's security. Oh yeah, and what is this? And the Xeno's side. Okay. Dark. Two-handed plasma gun. Or cursed boots. Ends the turn, they deal 1 warp damage to each adjacent creature and to the wearer themselves. Additional conviction, heretical warp damage to enemies. It's kind of cool, but I feel like I want the security? Don't really need more plasteel, let's be honest. I'll go with the weaponsmiths. Enumeration. Mag trains! More mag trains! Giants, ooh. Ooh. I want that. 10 mobile extractors. Needs more efficiency to get that though. So, any new contracts? Oh yes. Small foreign. One trading outpost has been causing problems for Dorgonis' trade for years by attracting merchants arriving from a number of systems, including those from the mining world of Flatica. If only some pirate was motivated enough to blast the station with torpedoes. 5 adamantine. Which you could trade back for 2 profit factor. So you gain 2 adamantine for 1 profit factor, ultimately. Not sure. Well, back to the bridge. Now that we managed to retake Kiava Gamma. Decent amount of demons. Just hanging out, going around. as Abelard shows time and time again, that he is the real hero in amongst all of this. Also, Blades in the Void. We need to deal with the Drukari. Talk to Heinrichs. Need to go for Odanafis 11. Can get the Mercantile Tablet. Need to development of the highest. Call of the Edge. Encrypted data on a personal cogitator. Critical task. The sacred mechanism is awake and ready to receive your request. Access the data from Dargonis. Stab through. Initiated. The machine spirit has revealed the content of the encrypted data and hereby pass it to you. So I reached the limit of my authorization, but you know I have option to decrypt the data personally. And here's the one from Kiava. Great mechanism has transformed the data slate into a format that you can comprehend without the assistance of a servant of the Omnissiah. Databank decryption process has been completed without complication. Unpack Epitaph brought her in the beginning. So someone's off the low level, that's where she lurks now, in the shadows. Beginning of Nomos. It created Nomos. Unacceptable deviation. Violation of the sacred protocols. Possibly attack heresy. Omnissiah, shield us from all heresy. What was that just now? Catastrophic mistake. A heinous violation of the purity of hallowed code. This mechanism is touched by heresy. It is branded and tainted by it. Now the machine spirit produces code as before, and yet... Heed my plea, all operation of this machine must be halted until the Engine Supreme has inspected it. Nomos? Mystery to me is mechanism truly tainted. Then could it be heresy truly has taken hold of this machine spirit and scorned the omniscience of every tenant, and the spirit's madness could be such that it has chosen a name for itself, but that is nothing more than my hypothesis. I'll report this to Pascal. Code's mechanism will inform the esteemed agency of Prime to start development. Only he has the power to expel the heresy. Well, do that. Just do that then. Don't... So... Personal notes. Data deleted. Rogue trader like a lackey is humiliating this spiriting to put up with the part of an errant servant of the imperious madman vested with ever greater power than that of any rogue trader. Alas! When one side of the scales holds my pride and the other fate of the Von Valencia's protectorate, my entire bloodline choice becomes a futile illusion. It would be far too naive for me not to prepare for the worst. Epitaph will decide the future of the Expanse as a whole, but I have some time at my disposal until then. Heirs with the Von Valencia's blood in them will soon be located and brought to me. I cannot afford to delay the choice of a successor any longer. Burning matter and destroying it from within. Tech blight. Couple of mechanism fragments. Phone tech priest. Heinrichs, you wanted to talk.
The presence of a weapon of chaos on the bridge of a void ship is heresy, and you try to justify it by claiming that your interest is purely pragmatic. It is precisely because of pragmatic interest that people who were once loyal servants of the throne become criminals. Your privileges are but a thin veil drawn over the sacrilege you have committed.
And now he's back all of my business again. Also, weapon of chaos on the bridge. It's like, what do you mean? Where is it? Where's my doggy? You lied to me. It's not on the bridge at all.
Rogue traitor! Filth and heresy have come aboard this void ship, and, as if in mockery of the righteous, now reign over the bridge! You delude yourself that this monster of the archenemy is under your control. Such thoughts only serve to let darkness penetrate your very soul, poisoning it. Your deed brooks no explanation or forgiveness. Know this!
Thanks for the conversation, Argenta. Noted. Where is it? Where's my doggy?
Words cannot describe how boring the bridge is without our stimulating conversations. I have enjoyed your company.
Where's my doggy? I'm talking like he's right here, but he isn't.
Of course.
My apologies. 19% of my processing power is engaged in the analysis of my tech comrade's memory. My response time may be longer than usual. I will continue my research into the Blessed Martyr's memory with all due reverence.
I don't like giving him the implants from a guy called Dementia, basically.
Response affirmative. May your labors be
Effective and fruitful.
May the Exalted One protect you. Have you grown bored with our little talk, Shireen? Oh, I have no doubt.
Well, let's see. Can we finally sell them enough stuff? Well, that's looking good. Oh, nice. Nice. So, Foulstone. Maglev Railway. So, Janus. That one, yep. Creative diligence. Das sind natürlich Chemtherme, ey. Pleasure chamber will give you aristocrats a place of repose, free from moral restrictions. How about no? We are boss 6. Not quite enough. And of course, Kiava Gamma now. You're a bit too close to heretical now. You need to steer harder into iconoclast. What does that give? Destroy the weak. First round of combat, everyone in Rogue Terrorist Party gains addition 24%. Okay. I can dig it. I can dig it. Okay, Heinrichs. Oh, let's try again.
To what do I owe this visit?
Well, how do you say? Was Kiava Gamma a success?
Of course. The Fabricator Sensor's machine was stopped. Not another soul will be sent into the mouth of the archenemy. In time,
Good.
We will succeed in uncovering and stopping other schemes of the cult.
Good.
We dealt a blow not only to the cultists, but to the archenemy itself. I cannot help but be pleased.
Well, let's be honest. What happened when you touched the cogitator?
No servant of the God Emperor has closer dealings with corruption than the agents of the Golden Throne. In its quest to guard the Imperium against its foes' most devious and secret schemes, the Inquisition seeks to understand the essence of evil. It is not enough for us to burn or cut down a rotten seedling. We must study it, understand it, touch it. Every time any of us do our duty, we are risking our very souls. But when it comes to psychers, the soul of a psyker is especially enticing to the archenemy.
Now here's the thing I don't really get. Because he seems to be... It's like... At one point, he's like, oh, you shouldn't... Or, we need to understand this, we need to look at this, we need to understand what the archenemy is doing. And then the next moment, he's like, oh no, we just need to destroy it. If you understand it, it is heresy. So, of course, I get that the whole nature of the dogmatic persuasion in 40K and with all the the human it's meant to not work. Was what I'm trying to say. I get that. I get that. But maybe, or am I reading it wrong? I mean, it's a lot of reading. He seems to be both. He seems to be trying to peddle both sides. So, and it's mildly infuriating, at times at least.
The cogitator was stopped, yes. I touched an infernal machine that was created to serve chaos. I used it. I delved into the principles of its operation. That was enough. Corruption needs only the briefest brush of contact.
So by your logic, you're corrupted now.
When I touched the cult's cogitator, I drew the thousand-eye gaze of evil upon myself, as any agent does when they interfere in the schemes of those who serve the ruinous powers. And that evil undoubtedly left an invisible mark upon me, as it does on any acolyte who fights against the archenemy. And this will be the case every time I do my duty. I know a good deal about the fates of those who have served the throne before me. Enough to know that my path leads to one place, and one place only.
Well, fair enough. So what next?
My visit to Kiava Gamma did not produce answers to all my questions, but we did succeed in dealing a blow to the cult by destroying the Fabricator Sensor's machine. I have directed my spies to track the sect's surviving leaders. I am certain that they will have useful information for us soon. Though small, this is a victory for the Golden Throne, and I have you to thank for it.
Well, then let me keep my puppy dog.
Thank you for finding the time for our conversation.
Take my leave. Abelard.
Lord Captain. Lord Captain.
Do we wanna... Let's have a look at my personal quarters. It's a thing. Stuffed corpse of a Slith. A bizarre xenobeast that was once in the service of the Jokari. The term contains thematics of the flagship of House von Valencius in addition to a plethora of other stuff. Oh? Mask of Aurora, the prophet of the arch-enemy who foretold the final dawn of Rykard Manoris. Fascinating, delicately swelling flower from the Agriwell Janus, one symbol of the rescue of the planet from the clutches of chaos. Well, something's bubbling quite intensely. Bizarre fragment hung from a trophy board. The light smooth surface object is dotted with dark spots. It's crumbling. Splish splash. Splish splash, actual water. Beyond the stained glass, the distant stars glimmer in the darkness of endless space, filling you with an odd sense of dread. My hidden room. Clock is too quiet for its bulky size. Oh, I don't think that ticking is the problem right now. Fine sculpture made from a strange metal seems to absorb any rays of light that fall upon it. It's very... Well, I'm gonna give you that, Heinrichs. It's noisy. Wherever it's hiding. Fire? What fire? Well, next stop, Dargonus, I'd say. Get inaugurated as a rogue trader, talk to House Orselio and see how that goes. Oh, it's gonna be bubbling all the time now. So it's an audio bug. I hope it is. Sounds like one. Good warp travel. Before I head back to Mundus Valancius. Warp travel. The warp jump was unusually hectic. The recent attack of the scrap code disabled many of the sacred machines, whose malfunctioning algorithms showed no sign of failure until the vessel departed real space and surrendered itself to the Sea of Souls. Only the navigator's talents and tireless vigil of the tech priest saved the void ship from ruin. Good job. Scan. Well, visit the system. It's bubbling. Honestly though. Please game save. Can we like... Can we please get this without the bubbling? It's kinda distracting. That's better. Ooh, that's a lot of promethium. Extract, work it. Work it. 21 promethium now. Seems like it. Oh! People living on this place. The Santial Pride hives are oozing noxious haze veined with sulfurous streaks. The promethium fumes from the gigantic distilling cauldrons located beyond the temperature shields. Vast, endless deadlands littered with the spots of promethium stations and refineries separate from Colossi, Rock Creek and Adamantine with its crown of gargantuan spires. The heat of the system's star has turned this world into a boiling but lucrative gland within the body of a House Chorda protectorate. It's kinda grotesque, but it's also impressive. Two Adamantinas. So colony management. Maglev stuff. Pure Navy. Security for all. Hammer of Epiphany. Higher profit factor. Damage dealt as a weapon pushes an enemy is decreased by 100%. So all characteristics during warp and counter battles. Damage against demons. Colonies. Oh yeah, Bonfires of Righteousness. And then there is the Accuser of Sin. Charge ability grants additional damage equal to weapon proficiency bonus. Free profit factor. Pure Navy. Shrine Worlds are treasures of the Imperium. I think I want this. Working on stuff. That needs a lot of Fellowship of the Void bonuses. I'm not gonna build this. The Seasons of War must be completed. Fill the Expanse. We can't build this anyway, so Dectus Arbitus. Performs a heroic act. Oh. Or just loads of frag grenades. I'm not sure about frag grenades. I'm more inclined to go for Adeptus Arbitus. I have loads of Promethean plasteel. Not quite as much weapons or adamantite, but I do like having my planet secure, I will say. Efficiency. No. I'll build it. So, and this one's still the Fellowship of the Void. It's missing. Punisher? It's the extra dodge. Nah, I want Cutthroat. Lord Captain, the tech priests have made a sinister discovery on Kiava Gamma, a blasphemous machine built at the behest of the wicked cubist Delphin. This mechanism is capable of picking up the whispers of the warp. It seems to occasionally transmit a discordant binary melody into nowhere, but no encrypted data or other threats have been detected. It seems to be a functional side effect of sort. Of course, the idea of using a machine instead of astropaths to contact the voices of the warp may seem tempting, but the machine is teeming with corruption. Its fuel tanks are satiated with the liquefied souls of our subjects. It has enough for now, but someday it will have to be refilled. Security, otherworldly observer, 7 awareness. Okay. Security and efficiency. Imperium transceiver. What does my retinue think? After Inquisition, I hereby declare a ban on any contact with this device. It must be removed and given to our acolytes. Normally it would be all, but I will explain further out of respect for you. The Inquisition can reap benefits from this heretical machine. And back to this again. Our trained acolytes are able to carry a vigil near it, carefully listening to the dark whispers of the spirits of the Immaterium without succumbing to their corruption. Discover their plans and warn the rogue trader whenever a threat will loom over his domain. The demons wanted us to hear their vile speeches. Let them hear our righteous cry. Melanchor, let me summon the most zealous preachers who would dedicate their lives and zeal to reading a litany of fury and rage to this machine. It's just so... It's a war of heroes and fierce. This blasphemous creation has to be anathema and deconstructed. In the name of total knowledge acquisition, principles of this work must be inspected beforehand in great secrecy. Sign trans mechanics. Drussians. Receiving, transmitting. We'll use a place our custom require. Pascal, give our team to research and deconstruct or destroy it. Seven awareness. Take it, Heinrichs. I mean, this one's also kind of great. Take it, Heinrichs. Thank you for your cooperation. Information overheard in the whispers of the warp, many heretical plots and blasphemous messages sent by the cult of the Final Dawn have been uncovered. The Protectorate has gained a new line of defense. Whoa! More weapons, more plasteel. So what else can we build? Chapel of Enumeration. Revered marvelous equipped temples of the Adeptus Mechanicus earn the right to become chapels of enumeration. Underneath the majestic vaults, cyberthugs exercise devastation wrecking digital rakshas, while datasmiths awaken the spirits of blessed cogitators. Ooh. Mag trains for more mechanisms. I want giants. Need more efficiency. That's free efficiency. Needs more mechanisms. So you could build mag trains to build a chapel to go for giants, is what I'm hearing. Compassion for the silent. Worship gains the metal feature, which is no feelings but they serve, attempting to pay the rogue trader back. Hull integrity. Ooh. Motive force is life. Flawless servitors. Battle servitors. Rogue trader squad is supported by friendly combat servitors. Ooh, that doesn't sound bad. Vigil of the check guards. Rogue trader gains plus 10 tech use. Well, that's... but 2 security for all colonies. Inferno. It's the armored prow. Armored, flawless servitors or vigil of the tech guards. Okay, that's the choice you have to make. Titan Forge. Eye of the Omnisire. It's evasion. Kinda tanks your efficiency. Titan Forge Lance. Inferno. Armored prow. Prow plating. Internal fires. The number of fires depend on the size of the target. Interesting. 12 plasteel though. Kinda pointless. I'll think about it, I guess. For now. Stability detonator. 5 bonus to tech use. More of that. 6 people. 1 profit factor. I mean, I want this. Hospice for servitors will provide care for out-of-order automatons to the utter bewilderment of Adeptus Mechanicus. They do not... Well, let's start off with the mag trains. Just do that for now. It'll be great. If they're all working on something whilst they can work on it. And I might as well get the dirty bureaucracy in. It's just a bit of profit factor. So I need more adamantine now. Which is a little bit of an issue. But hey. I mean, let's go... Oh. Ugh. Trying to think of what to say. But anyways. Well, I just had it. It's too precise of where to go with your cursor. If you just flings you across the map. Next major stop is going to be the Mundus Valancius system to be inaugurated as the official rogue trader of this dynasty. Now that we have our 3 core worlds back under our now that we have them back. Woo. I am thinking about trying to go towards this side path, maybe I'm probably going to head to Portus Satentum and maybe try to chart a course to the Elves just to deal with them. Otherwise, this might be an interesting interesting place to go. Get these two, go around the cauldron maybe. But that's gonna be next time. That's gonna be on Tuesday most likely, as I'm currently very much enjoying this. It's real funny. Really like the story so far, and I do hope it'll keep me hooked for a little while longer. I have no idea, not the slightest inkling of how long the game actually is and all. I would assume that uncovering the whole map is basically its own beast that you have to deal with. Mostly optional, probably ripe with side quests and all manner of terribleness. And I'm not quite certain how far I want to dive into that. Much like with many of the games I play, right now I'm feeling the urge to say that I'm going to replay it as dogmatic or heretical, go for the complete other ends of the spectrum, and see how that fares. But, well, going by my larger projects, going from the replaying of Elden Ring or the 26 Weapons of Bloodborne, which I finished one of, it's probably not in the immediate future. There's also, I do want to have a look at at Age of Wonders again next week, or at the very least a week after, as the next content pack releases, and I would like to get a game under my belt before then. But we'll see about that. We'll see how that shakes out. So I haven't touched the game for quite a while now, comparatively, and we'll just have to see. So I'll be back on Tuesday with Rogue Trader, trying to make some more headway. Until then, thank you very much for watching, for bobbing ahead, and have a good weekend. And I'm not quite sure if I'm back tomorrow yet. Maybe. Likely. I'm not entirely certain. So, in that sense, once again, thank you very much for bobbing ahead in, having a look, hanging out, lurking, whatever. I don't mind. I don't care. As long as you had a decent, good time. So, see you then. Bye byes. We did at least make some progress today. That's nice, isn't it? Having found Kiava and being able to move on. Need to sort of have a talk with the Horda, however you would say her name in English, and of course with the Winter Scales as well. But that's probably, it's more sensible to be inaugurated first before we show up. And probably, I can't imagine that there isn't going to be a story beat where you just kind of absorb the territories into yours. It'd be kind of strange if you couldn't do that. Right? We are the Nevervarine, sent by the Dark Elves to unite the tribes and all the guilds. Or something of that ilk. We're not really an elf, are we, no? So, bye-byes.